Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Reading with the Crew.
Thank you so much there, Jack61, and thank you so much for that introduction. And welcome, beautiful people. It's great to be back, and thank you so much for sticking with us. And oh boy, today we have a very, very jam-packed episode. Of course, what we're going to be doing today, we're going to essentially be halting the Reading with the Crew series. And what we're going to be doing is a formal rebuttal, and we're going to be making comments on Convicting a Murderer, episode number 7. And I do apologize for last week, but it's given our team an extra week to think about things and to deep dive into episode number 7 of Convicting a Murderer. Welcome, guys. It's fantastic, and we have a lot of people in chat already. For those of you who don't know, my name is Dr. Silkman. I'm from the Foul Play team, and I live in Adelaide, South Australia. And I'm going to quickly introduce our panel members, especially for those who are new, and don't worry, you'll get to hear their voices very soon. I'd like to introduce Jack61. We have Andy B. We have I Don't Recall. We have Susan, and we also have Neverly. Look, guys, welcome. And I trust that everyone is doing well, and that you guys have actually seen episode number 7 of Convicting a Murderer. And for sure, things are ramping up. And it's very interesting now that they're becoming more focused on the forensic evidence, which is awesome. But I must say that both in episode 7, and don't worry, we'll be looking at episode 8, there's a huge amount to unpack. But look, guys, I want to give a warm welcome, and please do not forget why we are all here. We're here to seek justice for Teresa Halbach, who, as you all know, was 25 years old when she tragically lost her life. The question the Foul Play team wants to ask is, were Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery guilty? Were they responsible for the murder of Teresa Halbach? Yes, we ask the deeper questions. Yes, it can get very uncomfortable. Yes, we can't hide away from the forensic evidence, but we want to ask a lot of questions, right? That's very important. The basic bottom line, guys, for us on this panel, and I'm sure everyone in chat, is to find the truth, good, bad, or otherwise. And as you know, Convicting a Murderer is pulling no punches. They're showing everything, good, bad, or otherwise. So it's important for us. Most of the members on this panel have been looking at this case for 4, 5, sometimes up to 7 years or more. And many of us here, we're different in our opinions. We're not all the same. We're not sheep. We're not parrots. And I'm sure you guys in chat are exactly the same. So guys, without further ado, what we're going to do is we're going to start to unpack. And we welcome Alice. She's joined us. We're going to unpack Convicting a Murderer episode number 7. But guys, first of all, I'd like to welcome all of you guys in chat. If you do have a question, put a Q in front of your question, and we'll try and read out your question in situ, right? We'll try and answer your question. But guys, welcome. And we also a big warm welcome to our new subscribers if you've just joined us, which is awesome. And I'd like to also welcome our mods and our super mods. Thank you so much for all your subscribers. It really, really is very heartfelt. Jack61, unless there's any comments before we actually start the podcast proper, is there any announcements that anybody's got? Are we all good? Fantastic. Jack61, oh, we've got the very first slide. Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Look, if you really do enjoy what we do, please subscribe. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button. and share our podcast. It's incredible. I've recently just joined X, formerly known as Twitter, and it truly is remarkable the level of discussions which are going on Twitter. It really is awesome. And it's been a really, really good avenue, especially for discussing all aspects of this case. So please, guys, if you enjoy what we do, share our podcast. That's awesome. So, guys, today we're going to do, like I said, we're going to depart from talking about reading with the crew, the chapter that Neville and I put together a long, long time ago. We're actually on part 29, but it just so happens that everything that we've covered in this chapter, entitled The Canine Noses, has been absolutely pertinent with what's being or has been shown in convicting a murderer. So it's amazing that both convicting a murderer and what we're doing here with the foul play team is running parallel. And that is amazing. So don't worry, we'll be finishing this chapter, but it'll be remiss of us if we don't rebut convicting a murderer. Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide, please. All right. Just to let you know, guys, that we'll be discussing various aspects of convicting a murderer. Further, Jack 61 has prepared some clips, which we'll be looking at and then commenting on. So please be advised if maybe there are trigger warnings. So please use your discretion. The only thing that we do ask, guys, is to please show respect amongst each other. Alice, do you see everybody in chat?
I sure do, Doc. I sure do.
Yeah. Are you able to call out who's in chat? And Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide, that'd be awesome.
Yep. What I can see so far is we've got Sarge. Hi, Sarge. Nice to see you. We've got Angie Dickinson. We've got the lovely Dark Side to the Moon. We've got A Blue. Colette M. Hi, Colette. We've got Clive. Hi, Clive. We've got Kay. Hi, Kay. Nice to see you. Our lovely friend, Wooden Pallet Pete Moss is in the chat. Great to see you, Pete. Susan is in chat and on panel. We've got Passive Bear. Hi, Passive Bear. Emily says, hi, Emily. Our wonderful supermod Catnip is in chat as well. We've got the lovely Disco Pervert. Hi, Disco. Great to see you. Under Your Scars, we've got JD. The lovely Rhonda SD. Hello, lovely. We've got Rumour Has It. We've got Graham Moss. Hi, Graham. Nice to see you. Andy B is in chat and on panel. Foul Play is in chat and on panel. We've got Nan's Life. Jennifer Manning. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Nan's Life.
Welcome.
Let's see. Who else have we got? Rumour Has It. Clive. Gloria. We've got the lovely Gloria with us. Hi, Gloria. Great to see you. Under Your Scars. Hi, Under Your Scars. Random Pieces. Hello there. Jack is in chat and on panel. We've got Zelma. Hi, Zelma. Great to see you back with us. Colette, I've already got. We've got Iced Coffee. Hey,
Welcome.
Iced Coffee. Great to see you. Travis has joined us in chat as well. Hi, Travis. We've got Freydrax. Hi, Freydrax. Great to see you in chat. If I've missed you, please pop another hello at the bottom. It could be that when the live started, the chat menu has went up, so your names went past before I've came on. So if I have missed you, I do apologise. Just pop a wee... Oh, there's Crockett. Crockett's just joined us. Hi, Crockett. Anthony D has joined us as well. And we've got Ryan Hodson. Hi, Ryan. That's a new name. I've not seen that.
Awesome.
So hello, welcome. Ronica has joined us. Hi, Ronica. Lovely to see you. They just keep sneaking in the bottom, Doc.
I think we got everyone. If we've missed anybody, apologies.
Alligator 57 has just said hello, so they might have been up the top and I've just missed them. So thank you for putting in another hello. Anybody that we've missed, we will get back to you on a break. So I'll try and keep a note of who's just popped in and things like that.
Fantastic. Now, Neville, is there a question already? Or a couple of questions already? Let's go for it.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody on the panel and in the chat. I will be posting under foul play. I will be the one highlighting your questions and comments. In case I miss it, please tag me and I will repost it when there's a natural break. The first question of the day comes from Graham Moss. He says, Dr. Silkman, when Cocaine examined the bullet, she contaminated DNA. She said she was teaching why she didn't wear a mask.
Yes. We will be definitely talking about the bullet, Ida Maffel. This was one of the components that was discussed in episode 7. We definitely will be discussing that and all the aspects of what transpired. And awesome. So don't worry. Graham, we definitely will be assessing that question as well. Neville, are there any other questions so far?
Yes. Clive Coolidge. Hello, Clive. He says, are there 2 red trailers? I only know the one at Redon's.
I believe that there was a red trailer. I'll get everyone to comment, of course. I believe that there was a red trailer at the deer camp.
Yeah. And I think that the other one is Stevens. I believe
Stevens
that's what they're referring to.
Yes, correct. But there was a reddish trailer at the deer camp. There were several trailers at the deer camp. Jack 61 or anybody else, has anybody got something to add about the trailers at the deer camp?
Yeah, Jack I think 61. That's right. Yeah, I think that's right, everyone. But I think, and I don't remember when. I know some people looked into it. One of the trailers at the deer camp, they removed it or something. But there was the red trailer at the deer camp, and then Avery's red trailer.
Yes, but don't worry, guys. We will be giving episode 8, which was a very, very interesting episode. We're going to be expanding on that. So today's episode, episode 7 of Cam, and in chat, if you're in chat, let us know whether you've actually seen episode number 7. I believe everyone here on the panel has seen episode 7, and it had a very unusual title. It was called The Vial of Blood. And what was amazing was that actually very little time was spent talking about the vial of blood. There was a lot of discussion on many other topics. But guys, let's make a start. Jack 61, if we can have a look at the very next slide. I think it's A3. The show, like I said, didn't pull any punches at all. It commenced with a very awkward part of the program, looking at Brendan Dassey. Now, Jack 61, do you have a clip regarding Brendan Dassey, or shall we go straight into the slide?
Actually, the bulk of it, because they spent so much time on Brendan, everyone has seen the episode 7, knows that this was a stark departure from what they were doing, and they really went after making a murderer. And they spent a ton of time on Brendan. And I did create several little short clips. There's none of them over a minute and a half. Most of them are around a minute or so. I do have several. I'm glad to show the first if you want. I'm sure it's probably a minute or less, maybe a minute 15. I don't know. But
and that's to do with Brendan?
Yes, the bulk of what I created is about Brendan. There are some others at the end as the episode rolled forward. Certainly about getting into the knife, I just chose it kind of at random because we didn't really have any specific set thing, and we can jump into the subject matter.
Yep.
So basically, Brendan, the knife, and the bullet is the three things that I covered.
Excellent.
So
I think Jack 61, what we'll do, we'll start off with this particular slide to bring everyone into picture. Now, this is something that was not shown on Convicting a Murderer, which was very, very interesting. And this response, we need to read it out, right? It's very, very important. Now, as you know, one of the persons that was meant to be helping Brendan Dassey was Michael O'Kelly. And Michael O'Kelly got Brendan Dassey to write down what he said took place, right? And if you notice right at the start, the self-interview form. Now, again, this was not shown on Convicting a Murderer, which was very, very interesting. The question, which is on the top left-hand corner, is very, very interesting indeed. Now, Susan, do you actually see the slide A3?
I do, Doc.
Would you please, I know this is very, very emotional and disturbing, but we need to go through this because for some unknown reason, Convicting a Murderer decided not to show this, but they hammered straight into Brendan Dassey's interview. So, Susan, are you prepared to read this out?
Sure, Doc.
Okay, let's go for it.
At the top, it says, this person received sexual and fatal injuries. How would you explain this? Please write in detail your ideas that would account for this. Start from the beginning and continue. And Brendan writes, the story is that me and Blaine, my brother, came home from school at 3:45 p.m. about and walked down our driveway and went into the house, and Blaine went to get the phone and called his friend Jason to see if he was going to trick-or-treating. And then at 5:30 p.m. went up the road to go with Jason and picked him up. My mom came home when Blaine was walking up the driveway. Blaine was halfway to the mailbox to get picked up when Mom came home. Then Mom left home at 6 p.m. to go shopping with Scott. I was in my room playing PlayStation 2 and got a call from Blaine's boss, and I told him that he was gone trick-or-treating with a friend. He told me to tell Blaine to call his boss when he got back home at 11:30 p.m. I then went back to my game and played it for an hour or so and got a phone call from Stephen at home that if I wanted to come over to the bonfire and help him with burning tires and branches and wood, van seat, cabinet, and we used the golf cart to carry the stuff over to the fire. Then Mom and Scott came home from shopping at 8:30 p.m. and then she called Stephen on his cell phone and told him I was to be home at 9:30 to 10. And she asked him if I had a sweater on because it was cold that day. I went home at 9:30 and watched TV for an hour or so, and Mom told me it was bedtime. I did so and went to bed and woke up at 7 a.m. for school. That is the true story.
Thank you so much there, Susan. I know that I've got a couple of tears running down my face already. Look, this is something that wasn't shown on cam, and it was very, very important to read this out because basically, as you know, Cam is not pulling any punches. They're being extremely aggressive, and they basically believe that Brendan Dassey was involved in the brutal murder of Teresa Hobart. I'm going to go around the panel and also people in chat. Do you believe Brendan Dassey's story, what he wrote? Yes or no? And what's your impressions? Alice, what's your impressions?
story. And that is exactly what Brendan wrote down was his truth. That's what happened on that day. That's what happened on that night. And nothing else. Nothing. That Wayne was telling the truth. And because that story didn't fit O'Kelly and Kratz and everybody fucking else's story, they made him write things and draw things that never even happened. And it's disgusting what they did to that kid. So, yes, Doc, I believe his story. And what I see in front of me is the truth. And it's Brendan's truth. And it's always been Brendan's truth.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alice. And don't forget, guys, if you're in a chat, please comment, because this is something that was not shown in Cam. NDB, what are your impressions of what Brendan wrote?
Even if it wasn't specifically that day of the burning the tyres, the 31st, I believe what he says. You know, there may be the odd, like, kind of little bit that you can dig into. Was it that day, or this day, etc.? But yeah, like, he doesn't explain anything about carrying a body to a burn pit. So I believe him.
Interesting. Thank you so much, NDB. What about yourself? I don't recall.
Yeah, I believe it. He doesn't have Wiegert or Fassbender there trying to, force him to say something else. So I believe it's his truth.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much. I don't recall. What about yourself, Susan? What are your impressions?
Yeah, I think this is the truth. And seeing Brendan after his interview when his mom came in, March 1, I think, and saying that, what if Stephen says something different, like none of this happened or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I do think that Brendan made up this story to please the investigators and detectives and to get out of that interview.
Yes.
Once he started, he just kept going. They pushed him. And now he is telling the truth. And Michael Kelly, once again, pushed him into another confession.
Correct. In actual fact, the irony is he made him write it again. He made him write his narrative again. Yep. Awesome.
He told him, I can't help you, Brendan, if you don't basically confess. Yep.
Correct. And remember what he had in front of him. He bought all the paraphernalia of Teresa Halbach, including the blue ribbon. Yeah.
That man is just a disgusting, horrible man, Michael Kelly. He may be the worst in this entire thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susan. No, no problems at all. What about yourself, Jack61? What's your impression?
Yeah, I think this is probably more of the actual truth. I think he left probably a few details out that were pretty much insignificant, but I think this is as best as he can write down in a relatively short period of time to please O'Kelly, number one, but to get just to tell him this is what happened. I think this is probably the closest thing that we could get from him. And then, as has been discussed, I won't go too far into it. As we know, as everyone probably knows, if you don't, Michael O'Kelly is supposed to be working for the defense. He's the defense investigator that Len Kaczynski used. This interview was, it was probably early April sometime. I can't, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't. This was in May. Pretty sure this was in May because, remember they were waiting on that. They were waiting on that decision.
Yes.
I think it was May 6th or somewhere around in there. he needed to be alone with Brendan, so we can bond. But the whole plan between O'Kelly, Kaczynski, and then helping these investigators and Ken Kratz was to force Brendan into a plea deal. That was their whole goal. I've never heard of it in my entire life, and certainly not getting completely thrown out, which should have been when Fox found out. Should have been corrected, and it wasn't. Brendan was screwed immediately.
Correct.
And then, well, we'll get more into it, but yeah, I think this is probably as close as Brendan could recall and get written down relatively quick before O'Kelly went after him.
Yes, and I believe that Barb is in chat. Barb Anna, correct me if I'm wrong. She stated they did all behind my back. That looks like Barb Tadich is in chat. Well, welcome, Barb. Thank you so much, Jack61. Any additional comments?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to Barb. And yeah, there was so much that it really irritates me, and I'm going to try not to get too pissed off, but there was so much that was done by this legal mechanism that Brendan should have had access to. Kaczynski, he'd been a lawyer for a long time, and he knew he had to know what he was doing. You can't serve two masters as a lawyer. You can't do it, and that's what he did, or tried. That was what ended up happening, and he followed the state. I think they really conspired to force Brendan into this plea deal, extortion, because their goal was to get Stephen, and it's just so disgusting. And I can tell you as an American, I don't give a damn which state you're from. It's wrong. It's just wrong.
Yeah, you're right. It was. Thank you so much, Jack61. I was actually quite surprised that many trials. Cases never make it to actual trial, and many of them are settled as plea deals. And I believe that's exactly what they were trying to do and negotiate with Brendan. They basically come up with a plea deal, get maybe 15 or 20 years and then be released. But the big problem I see is, why do you have to do a plea deal if you're actually innocent? If you haven't done anything, why are you going to admit to a rape and to a murder? That's going to destroy you forever. Even when you eventually come out of prison, you're going to be on the sex register list, offenders list. Your life is effectively destroyed. Thank you so much, Jack61. What about you, Neverly? What's your impression about what Brendan Dassey wrote?
My impression is that he told the truth. I believe that by saying, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just talking out loud over here, when we say, I told my truth. Although that's partially correct, it could also be interpreted that there's some kind of other truth as well. For this question, I believe that Brendan told the truth. Also, what Jack said regarding Michael O'Kelly, that I clearly remember when Michael O'Kelly wrote that email or some kind of a comment that Brendan needs to be isolated and spend some time with me, meaning Michael O'Kelly. So he could see our point of view or our side of the story. So what does that mean? That means that he was going to coerce him by whatever the means to write down whatever their side wanted to do, to happen. And that's exactly what happened. Because remember that questionnaire where it said, yes, I am sorry that I did this, and no, I'm not sorry that I did this.
Correct.
I mean, how brutal is that? I can't even mention the word fair, because this is so beyond fairness.
There's no way out.
There's no way out, no matter what you check off. And remember how Brendan, when he read that, he looked at him like, what? Like, where is option C? I did not do it.
Correct.
Yeah, but that was non-existent.
I'll get you in a sec, Jack61. And thank you so much, Neverly. The way the form was written was already written in a manner that Brendan Dassey was guilty. and whether he was actually sorry for the things that he committed to Teresa Halbach. And it's really amazing because if you see the interview, many times Brendan looked up and said, but all I did is go there for a FOIA, right? There were no options given by Michael O'Kelly to Brendan. When Brendan wrote this narrative, and what is amazing and what I pick up is that it flows beautifully. It flows perfectly. And the way Susan read it out is the way Brendan Dassey wrote it. If you look, there are very, very few actually spelling mistakes, and it's written and structured beautifully as prose because he wrote his truth, his version of the truth. There was nothing in there that indicated anything nefarious going on. When Michael O'Kelly read what Brendan wrote, he asked him, "Who's missing? Who's not in your answer?" Teresa Halbach. And Michael O'Kelly said to him, "I can't help you. You want to spend the rest of your life in prison." So what did Brendan do? He wrote the narrative that Michael O'Kelly wanted to hear. Jack 61. I'll get back to you in a sec, Neverly.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more history of those that haven't read it and don't know. There were several hearings. I'm going to jump forward a little bit. I'll be brief, I promise. After the trial, Brendan is sentenced. Now Ryder and Risen took up his case. They spent approximately, I think, 18 months trying to run this son of a bitch down, pardon my French.
Yes.
And they couldn't. They literally, I think it was Dvorak, that finally ran him down somewhere out west to serve him with a subpoena to come to this hearing. And they've been trying to get all this material that he was supposed to turn into a Kaczynski that he kept. And I'm talking about videotapes and other items that would have been
also
great.
The lie detector, right?
That's right. Well, yeah. Well, the video. I think it was a video of the lie detector. I think we have the actual. I think they actually have the lie detector results. I think that somebody has it now, right on Risen. But yeah, he told them he lied.
It.
But he actually passed it. You're right. He passed it, but O'Kelly lied to him and told him he didn't. Anyway, just moving forward to 2009, when they finally ran his ass down, they had to have a couple of ex parte meetings. We've got one of them, but the first one that happened, I can't get. It's sealed. It's still sealed to this day, and they will not let me have it. And the actions, and if you read, we've read it out right after we got it. Just listening to this guy, he is the scum of the earth. He gives bad defense lawyering a bad name. This guy is terrible. Anyway, moving forward. Oh yeah, but moving forward, when Judge Fox, if he didn't know, which I'm gonna just say I don't know why he would, of what O'Kelly and Kaczynski did to Brendan, he should have corrected it. And I don't understand why he didn't do it. I don't to this day. Anyway, that's just a little history. I'm sure they'll never show any of this in Convicting a Murder, which is fine. That's their choice. But it's
correct.
With what they've done, they cherry-picked what they showed of Brendan in episode 7. Anybody that's watched the interrogation tape, the coercion sessions, does this.
Yes.
So anyway, that's all I got, Doc. And I'll play whatever clip or the first clip whenever you want. You guys just let me know.
Yeah, we'll do it after we finish this particular slide. Neverly, do you have any comments, and is there anything you want to read out?
Yes, there's a lot of chatting going on. Excellent points. I don't know where to begin, so I'm going to begin where I wanted a few minutes ago. Anthony Hills asked a rhetorical question, so we don't need the answer to it, because we know the answer. He said, where is the 17 statements from 17 kids on the school bus who saw Teresa according to the interview at Crivets? I asked, by O'Neill, right?
Yeah.
So, of course, that was just again, coercion tactic. And then Barb said, I told him, if you did it, take the plea. If you didn't, don't. And he didn't. So there you go. I mean, it's clear as day. Then
And
Travis in
Can I just say
Uh,
something, Everly?
yes.
of
Oh, go
course,
ahead.
of course.
Yeah, they showed that clip of Brendan. I don't know if that was in 7 or 8, but of Pa Avery, telling him not to take the plea because it will hurt both of them. Pa also told him, if you didn't do anything, don't take it. But
Which is the most logical thing to say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Then somebody in chat asked, what was Michael O'Kelly's actual function there, because he's a cell phone tower expert or something like that. And Travis, our attorney, I shouldn't say our attorney, the attorney, Travis Williamson, the attorney. Yeah. He said that Michael O'Kelly is 100% the responsibility of Len Kaczynski. This strategy, quote unquote, they cooked up to coax Brendan into a confession to work out a deal is a fundamental breach of ethics. On top of that, the strategy was fundamentally flawed. You never offer a confession to the state without first knowing what the deal is going to be. Thank you, Travis.
Correct. They're basically trying to package Brendan Dassey up because what Mr. Kratz actually wanted to do was to memorialize a brand new confession from Brendan, right? And that's when Len Kaczynski wasn't there. And when Fassbender and Wiegert had questioned Brendan, Brendan started to recant and Brendan started to change his narrative. And both Fassbender and Wiegert said to Brendan, why are we here? We're just wasting our time. Did this happen? Yes or no? No. Did this happen? Yes or no? Oh, it wasn't like that at all. So essentially what they were trying to do, and both Kaczynski and O'Kelly were working with Kratz, right, guys? They were working actually with the state. So they were trying to do a package deal whereby Brendan Dassey would testify against Stephen, write a one-page summary of what both him and Stephen did in the hope that they wouldn't have to go to trial. Because remember, this is a very, very difficult trial based on circumstantial evidence. So they needed Brendan Dassey to write a simple one-page summary of what they allegedly did to Teresa Halbach, but it terribly backfired, Jack 61.
Yeah, everybody remember, and if you don't know, haven't dove into the details, Kratz is responsible too for this May 13th confession without Brendan's lawyer present. And he was never sanctioned for that. But he allowed it because this is what Kratz said, I want a clean confession. That was his goal.
Correct.
Yeah.
He just couldn't help. Yeah, he couldn't help himself.
Correct. Yep, that's exactly what they wanted, a clean confession. And remember, O'Kelly and Kaczynski were supplying information, potentially damaging information about forensic evidence directly to the state. And that's coming from their client. And remember when they were questioned, Michael O'Kelly had no problems or no issues working against Brendan Dassey, his own client. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Neil's Life 7 posted a fundamental question, actually, which is highlighted. She says, so how are the young people like Brandon saved from this type of questioning when we hear from higher courts that law enforcement is actually able to lie in order to get to the confession? Well, that's the problem with the Reed technique. And I'm hoping that Travis will answer this question properly, accurately. But yes, we heard
in the last couple of years, there's several states that have outlawed that when questioning.
Yes.
What do
potential
you call it?
Suspects.
Underage.
Yeah.
For
minors.
Yeah. Which is fantastic, which I think grew out of Brendan Dassey's experience.
Correct. In actual fact, Brendan Dassey's, the way he was questioned, is now used as an example of exactly how not to question an intellectually challenged young kid. And we welcome Checking Convictions. Welcome so much. And Sela442, thank you so much for joining us. Neverly, any additional comments?
Yes, except that I lost it now. Travis said, exactly right, Doc. Package him up, Brandon. But you cannot package your client up without your client's consent.
That's 100% correct, but it asks a very, very deeper question that Cam did not address, and that is the case against Stephen Avery was actually a very, very difficult one for many, many reasons. It was a circumstantial case based on forensic evidence. Now, that's why they needed Brendan Dassey to provide a narrative, right? A narrative of what actually transpired. But their own forensic evidence team could not back up the narrative that Brendan was telling them, right? So now, by introducing Brendan Dassey, they actually introduced more complications that they needed. Kratz knew this. And as Jack 61 and the others on the panel have alluded, the state were desperate to get a clean confession from Brendan, do a plea deal, and that's it. By going the forensic route, you have got a terrible mess of a trial, and look how we've ended up now. So Brendan Dassey actually was a huge problem for them. Neverly.
I'm good.
Do we have any more? Do we have any more
questions?
questions?
Yeah, we do. We could spend an hour from the comments, so I don't know what you want to do.
Maybe just do this one more, because Jack 61 has actually got a clip that he wants to play. Is there any?
Yes, TJ Anderson says, if you knew beforehand you were going to be framed and found guilty, would you take the plea? Hard to say no, even if you didn't do it, knowing you would still be in prison to this day.
Correct. And this is the fallacy of the system, whereby many people have actually done a plea deal and ended up in prison. Now, by the time your case comes up, you could have spent many, many years in prison. Does anyone remember that young boy that got sent to Rikers Island?
Yes.
Because they accused him of stealing a backpack.
Backpack.
Yeah, and then in the end, it wasn't true at all. That poor kid ended up committing suicide once he got released, right?
Yeah.
His name was Khalif Bauer.
Khalif, yes.
Yeah, Khalif Bauer. I mean, that was a heartbreaking story. I watched that, and that wee lad, he was 16, and they put him in Rikers. Of all places, they put him in Rikers. And he was beat up by the guards. He was beat up by the prisoners. There's actual video footage of prisoners kicking his cell door open and going in and battering the young laddie, and everything like that. And his court appearances kept getting bumped up and bumped up and bumped up. And it took 3 years for the laddie to get to court.
In a hardcore.
Yeah, he then gets out, and I think he was only 18, or he got out when he was 18, and by the time he was 20, 21, he had committed suicide because he couldn't handle the outside world, which is bloody shocking. It is absolutely shocking. And when it comes to Brendan, it's exactly the same. You know, he's done absolutely nothing, but he's been put in prison with other murderers and God knows what, you know, in the same department as him and everything like that. And that lad is completely innocent, you know.
It is a terrible situation, Alice. You're right. You're right. But the thing is that this is really my big concern about convicting a murderer. It's not showing a balanced approach. It's not talking about all these potential issues. Convicting a murderer has actually gone in with the notion that we were all fooled by making a murderer. We were all brainwashed. We don't have any form of independent thinking. We don't have the ability to actually read, digest, and analyze. And that they came in with the strategy that Brendan Dassey is guilty. Make no mistake about it. That's the approach that Cam has taken. Jack61, would you like to play the first clip? Would you like to do that?
Just one more thing, Dr. Silkman.
Yeah.
Travis Williamson said some states, a handful, require that a parent or lawyer be present before questioning. Wisconsin isn't one of them. Fudge.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it seems Wisconsin happens to have a lot of very weird and unusual rules, and we will discuss it hopefully today, in which Ken Kratz was trying to argue with Rookie that the coroner didn't have to be there, right? Even though we checked the statute, some really weird things are happening in the law in regards, in Wisconsin. It's pretty bizarre. Jack61. Thank you so much, Travis. Jack61.
One more thing. I'm so sorry. Travis said a really good point over here. He said the questioning done by O'Kelly under supervision of Len isn't allowed in any state, but I have never heard of any case where something remotely close occurred.
Well, that's it.
O'Kelly, actually, Len Kaczynski wasn't even present. He gave the full reins to O'Kelly.
Oh, yes, he did.
Who turned Brandon over to Wiegert and Fassbender. We saw that in Ma'am.
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you, Neville. Jack61.
Yeah, I could add a lot to what this discussion. I won't, but I will say one thing. And anyone that knows and has watched Brendan's coercion sessions, and I'm talking about, listening to. We've only got video starting at the afternoon of the 27th, then March 1st, and then May 13th. They went in with a scalpel. I'm talking about convicting. They went in with a scalpel, and it looks like it's kind of a balanced sort of back and forth between Wiegert and Fassbender and Brendan, and it wasn't at all. If you look at all of it like this under the hood paper did this diagnostic, Wiegert and Fassbender did about 80% of the talking. It may have been a little bit higher. I can't remember. I need to pull it up and look at it and get the exact number, but roughly they did about 80% of the talking. Brendan did about 20.
Oh, correct. And that is very, very important because we actually have gone through his questioning, and it's a machine gun style questioning in which both Fassbender and Wiegert were actually exchanging questions amongst each other. And they never actually gave Brendan a chance to answer one question. And what you can actually see is Brendan's answering a question that was asked like 5 questions ago.
That's
right.
It's
so very easy to misinterpret his answers and his response. And remember the classic when Wiegert said, Brendan, say yes or no. And you're going, what the hell is Brendan saying yes or no to? It was terrible from start to finish, right? Right, Jack61, right, guys?
Yeah, because there's just no way. They knew. They found out right quick how suggestible Brendan was. He was just, in his mind, I'm sure he was scared.
Yes.
He was just trying in his mind to help. And they just walked him down the garden path. And I don't care what anyone says. Anyone that watches those interrogations can see that. There's absolutely no way around that.
They polished his final confession, which is what they are showing on convicting.
Yeah.
Correct.
They polished that for days.
And I want to remind everyone, there is another recording that we've been trying to get for 14, 15 months now that we still don't have. It's never been heard. And they've got their grabby paws on it, and for some reason won't let it go. There are no legal grounds for them to hold it, as far as I know. There's no case. There's no filing on Brendan at all. It's done. So
correct.
Why are they not letting this recording go? We're going to keep trying anyway.
Correct. And if I could just make the comment, the important thing about making a murderer which Convicting a Murderer seems to have forgotten or doesn't want to address, is that all these issues in the American criminal justice system have been brought to the forefront for discussion and analysis. If you didn't know about this, precisely how were you going to know that all this took place? A lot of this material you would have never got access to. Making a Murderer gave us the ability to see behind the curtain. Convicting a Murderer wants to shut that curtain, right, guys? They don't want you to address these issues. Jack 61.
Oh, absolutely. That's the goal of anyone that's been around for half a minute and has been on Reddit and Twitter and Facebook. Their goal, most guilters that know the material do not want it all out there. They want it buried, and that's the fact. However, in this scaffolding that they did with Brendan, I give them credit. They did a good job, but it's not the truth, and that's important.
Right. But you have to admit, guys, what Convicting a Murderer is doing is cherry picking various statements.
Oh my God, yes.
And they are trying to shock the audience. They're basically saying, look, Brendan confessed to this, Brendan confessed to that. But the problem is there are cherry picking statements. Let me tell you right now, I can go through anyone here on this panel and in chat can go through what Brendan said to Fassbender and Wiegert and make him look like a serial killer by stringing the right words and phrases together. Or if you look at it in total, what you see is a child that is totally confused, no consistent narrative, and completely contradicts himself. Now, why didn't Cam show when Brendan was completely contradicting statements, like when Fassbender and Wiegert had asked him, what's the color of Teresa's shirt? And of course, the answer is white. He said, no, it was black. Are you sure? And then in another question, he goes, I think it was blue. Now, later on, he does say white, but he's already given 3 different colors, 3 different versions. What you find is a total lack of consistency. That is precisely what you get when a person does not know and we're not there. They are guessing. Alice, do you have a comment?
Yes, Doc, I've got a few actually. Where do I start? Cam has got a bloody or scam, because that's what it is. It's a scam. The reason why they didn't put Brendan's statement that we've just seen in, or any of his contradictions, is because it's not fitting their narrative to make Stephen out to be the evil bastard that they're trying to make him out to be. You know what I mean? So that's why they're not showing any of these bits. They're only showing the bits where Brendan's saying these words, no meaning these words, no meaning the what's the word I'm trying to look for? He's saying these words and no knowing what the meaning behind these words that he's saying.
Context.
Yes, yeah, Jack, yeah, you know what I mean? He's not understanding this. And they have just took that lane for a fucking ride all the way along. And all I'm seeing out of scam is hypocrisy. Because everything that they are blaming the man for doing, they're doing exactly the same fucking thing, except they're taking the worst bits out of everything and trying to make Stephen look like, as Travis is saying in chat, like the evil fat bastard. You know what I mean? It's wrong. It's so wrong on so many levels. And these people that are doing this, I mean, especially Candice Owens, I mean, she's not got a Scooby what's going on with this case. No. She has just jumped on this bandwagon to try and get her name for herself. Well, I'm sorry, Candice Hen, you're just making yourself out to be a fucking fool. You're making yourself out to be a fool because the comments and everything that are coming out of your mouth on cam, on scam, on your podcast, and everything like that you're doing, you know nothing. You need to go away and you need to do some bloody research.
Oh, correct. And it's very, very interesting. Thank you, Alice. Neville, did you have a comment?
They did do the research, Alice, and that's the scary part to me. What they chose to go by and to go with. They did do the research.
Well, Candace
but
didn't.
for their
Is what
own
she
purpose.
Candace didn't. Is what she's saying.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah. There's a great comment by Crockett Thompson, and he said, Cam is knitting together a confession, to quote a judge. Knitting together a confession.
Correct. That's exactly what Fassbender and Wiegert were doing. They were cobbling together a confession and a narrative that they could present to Ken Kratz, who then let it out to everyone on the March 2nd press conference. Susan, do you have a comment?
There's also a great comment by Random Pieces. They say Cam is more biased than making a murderer.
Far more.
Or more one-sided. Yeah.
It is. Remember, and that's an excellent comment. Remember what Cam has to do. Cam has to be a shockumentary, right? It has to be it is counter to MAM. So Cam has come in with the notion that everyone on this panel and people in chat are brainwashed sheep without the ability to think. So therefore, they've got to choose aspects of the confession that's going to be very, very shocking. So people go, oh my God, they really are guilty. And I think Neville introduced me to a podcast, those two Texans.
Yeah.
Right? And I wrote a huge comment on their channel. And basically they were, and you too, Neville. They were basically saying, you wait till you see the next episode. Oh my God, those two guys are definitely guilty. So can you see what they're trying to do? Convicting a murderer is trying to steer you to their guilt, but they won't show anything that's contradictory to the narrative. Susan.
They're just backing up the state's narrative and their convictions.
Yeah, that was their mission. That was the whole point of the entire documentary, quote unquote, to back up the states, to present a law enforcement side of the story. And that it has really nothing to do with whether Stephen or Brendan are guilty, because they chose to just go after vilification of Stephen and whatnot, showing Brendan in the worst possible scenario by omitting to put, how they accused Ma'am for the 15 seconds that call that didn't play or whatnot. They did exactly the same thing, but they had a mission. And the mission was not to look at the truth. The mission was to discredit Ma'am and to,
Correct.
Make law enforcement look better and white. And look at Fassbender. Look at him, how he is so relaxed. He's chill. If I didn't know any better, I'd believe him.
Oh, correct. And Checking Convictions. Welcome, Checking Convictions. She actually summarized it perfectly. It's Ken Kratz's book on film. Would you guys agree?
Right. That's right.
Absolutely. They should have called it that.
Yep. It sure
correct.
is.
Motion picture.
And I did a fantastic podcast with Checking Convictions on the analysis of Ken Kratz's book. And we also did 63 podcasts at the Foul Play team, completely taking Ken Kratz's book apart. So I believe that the Foul Play team, Checking Convictions and others, are in a very strong position to rebut Cam. Jack61, did you have a comment?
Well, I have a comment, and we can play this little clip whenever you guys are ready. But remember, everything we've talked about here the last few minutes, the context of what they've shown in Cam. There's no backstory to what they're what they've scalpeled out between Uyghur and Fassbender and Brendan. Leading up to these statements is what's important, and they don't show it. So they've been. It's really hypocritical of them to say that, ma'am didn't show everything. Well, you're not showing it either. It's just a fact.
Exactly. They're doing precisely the same, but what they're doing is they're cobbling together the worst of the worst without any proper explanation, right? At least in Making a Murderer, they tried to give a balanced approach, right? So you can ask more questions. Cam is shutting the door, shutting the ability to have an inquiry into further discussion and analysis. They're shutting that door down.
Yeah.
Alice, do you have a comment? I'll get back to you in a sec, Jack 61. Alice.
What we are seeing in Scam, these 10 episodes that I've not even watched episode 8 yet. I've still to get round to it. But the ones that I have seen, anybody can go to Ma'am and watch everything that's in it, because all of season 2 with Kathleen Zellner debunks everything that they are trying to say and trying to say what's happened and what was done and everything like that. With Teresa being shot in the garage and brutally assaulted in the bedroom and everything like that. It's all been debunked. I mean, what people have got to remember is that this documentary is 4 years old. These interviews that people have done in Scam are 4 years old.
Some of them probably 5 years old, Alice. Go ahead.
Yeah, probably, Jack. But we have done, over 200, 300 podcasts between Open Mic, Reading with the Crew, the other ones that we've done, you know what I mean? We have ripped it apart. We have pointed out all these things, Stephen's past, everything. So everything that people are seeing in Scam is nothing new to the people that have actually done the work and done the research and have been on this case, some of us for 8 years, some of us 5 to 4 years, you know what I mean? And we have ripped this apart. And like Chicken Conviction says, it is Ken Karat's book. Well, we done a whole fucking series on ripping that book apart. So anybody that's watching Scam, please go to the Foul Play YouTube channel and watch us debunk everything that was in that book, with documents, with videos, with their own bloody words. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Yeah, it's by their own word stock. You know what I mean? It's not just us hearing it. It's us proving with their own words, their own actions, and everything like that. You know what I mean? So to me, there is nothing new in Scam. It has not changed my mind, and it will not change my mind. The boys are innocent, and that is that.
I agree with you. The problem is that Cam is irrelevant. Cam is actually 4 years out of date. That's the problem with Cam. It's trying to find an audience. But once that audience who are convinced actually do a little bit of reading, fact-checking, they're going to get very, very angry with Cam, right? Susan, thank you, Alice. Do you have a comment, Susan?
Yeah, I just want to read what Travis wrote.
Yes, please.
He says it's okay for a documentary to be biased either way. They are all biased. The only way not to be biased is to play the whole trial. Their audience is the guilters. The big difference is Ma'am was pointing out fundamental problems in the criminal justice system, false confessions, prosecutorial misconduct, etc. Respectfully, Ma'am wasn't balanced. They wanted to show these fundamental problems. Those fundamental problems still exist to this day. It has nothing to do with whether they did it or didn't. Brendan's confession is the best example. The legal standard says that is a valid confession.
Correct. Bravo. And That's the whole idea of what Making a Murderer was, to highlight what those issues were. Susan.
And they did. And, I think most of us here have never got so involved in our criminal justice system before ma'am led us there, which was their point.
Correct. And we mustn't forget, this is a very, very powerful point that people have made, including Travis, in that when there was the full en banc panel, remember, guys? The argument was to Laura Nyrider, are you asking us to change the law? Remember, guys? Are you asking us to change the law? And that judge said to her, you must lose. Correct? You must lose.
That's right.
And Judge Hamilton, I think, said, well, what did you expect the police to do? They are basically saying, hey, the Reed technique is legal, which meant that Fassbender and Wiegert, when they were questioned on the stand, remember when Wiegert was questioned on the stand by Edelstein, or I think that was his name? How many times did you say you lied, Brendan? I don't know. Well, I think it was in excess of 70 or 90 times. Wiegert couldn't even give a damn. Why? Because the law is protecting the investigators. They're saying you can use the Reed technique, you can lie, you can bluff, you can be deceptive. That's fine. But when we actually get to the second slide, I'll show you and prove to you and demonstrate that that type of questioning was a disaster. Neverly.
Yes. Travis also made a great comment. He said, if Brendan had a lawyer, a real lawyer, after interview 1 at high school, the lawyer would have said, what do you want to interview him the second time for? They would have been told, submit your questioning in writing.
That's correct.
But they knew that, and they wanted to avoid all of that. That's the problem.
The fundamental problem is that poor Brendan was an open book with no legal representation. And remember what they did. Don't forget what they did. Fassbender and Wiegert brought him to Fox Hills not to protect Brendan, but to protect the confession in case Brendan had a change of mind or heart thinking, oh my God, what have I done? So they brought him to Fox Hills, right, guys, for one night. And Lord knows what they said to him.
Under premises to protect him, right? And then the very next day, after the confession was in the bag, they turned him loose. No more protecting needed. Yeah.
No more protection, correct. Jack 61.
Yeah. Are you guys ready for me to play this first clip?
Let's go for it, guys.
Okay, this one's a minute 18 seconds. And again, this is, well, we'll just watch it and we can comment. All right, here we go.
February 20th, 2006. On that particular day, did you have an opportunity to interview Kayla Avery?
I did.
Kayla Avery, she played quite a prominent role in Brendan being questioned in February of 2006.
Our purpose for going there was to interview Kayla in reference to Steve Avery.
And at some point during that interview, did the discussion change focus from Steve Avery to Brendan Dassey?
Yes.
At the end of the interview, she is asked if Steven's ever touched her, things like that. And out of the blue, Kayla brings up that they should talk to her cousin Brendan.
She had a cousin by the name of Brendan, and that Brendan was, quote, acting up lately.
She mentioned things like staring off into space, crying at times, and weight loss.
Brendan had lost approximately what she estimated to be about 40 pounds.
When Kayla had spoken to them, she wasn't saying too much about why she felt he was losing weight or anything like that, but it definitely prompted Wiegert and Fassbender to question Brendan again, to look into that and see what she meant.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in there that.
Comments? Comments?
They didn't
Jack.
mention that Kayla recanted her story on the stand. And guess who is Kayla's parent?
That's right.
Candy and Earl.
Candy and Earl Avery.
Correct. Now, there is a huge amount of fundamental issues with that. And their way of thinking was the investigators turned their attention to Brendan Dassey based on what Kayla Avery said. And I'm going to show you that that's complete utter bullshit. Brendan was on the radar very, very early on. Right, guys? He was on the radar from November the 6th when he was interviewed by Detective O'Neill. And that's exactly what our second slide is all about. This concept that Brendan Dassey was not on their radar is purely false. And I'll prove it to you because we've actually got the little snippet from when, remember guys, Skorlinski actually challenged Brendan Dassey, right? And that was on November the 10th. This concept that the investigators weren't looking at Brendan Dassey is crap. They were basically trying to work out how we're going to get to question him again, right? What was the avenue to get back in and question Brendan? So they used the excuse of a 16-year-old kid feeling lonely, crying. He probably missed his girlfriend and he probably was concerned that his uncle, who he got along really well, got rearrested, right? Because he obviously was not even born when Stephen went to prison. Enjoyed a couple of years with his uncle, and now he's back in prison again. Do you think maybe they're the type of things that Brendan was thinking about? Jack 61.
Hi. Oh, yeah. Well, not to ignore your question, Doc, but I did want to point out, talking about Kayla, they failed to mention, at least so far, maybe something will come up late in episodes 9 and 10, but I doubt it. Candy had spoken to the investigators in January of 06, February of 06, and you can't, well, this is just my opinion. I can't prove it. It's speculatory and everything else, but my opinion is there was a lot of discussion in that house, but with Candy and possibly Earl, I don't know that, but definitely Candy and the girls, and with Baldwin and Wiegert, and probably even Fassbender. I don't know that though, but certainly Wiegert was present about how to approach this problem.
Yes.
And Wiegert talking about on the stand there about Brendan's how he was acting, and they completely leave out. They've twisted this so bad, and many people don't know it. Brendan was upset over a girl breaking up with him. He apparently really liked this girl. I won't say love, but maybe he did. You know, you're young, 15, 16 years old. You know how it is. Yes. And she broke up with him and said he was too fat. So he was upset, crying. And he lost some weight. 40 pounds? I don't believe it. I do not believe that at all.
No, he said he lost, what, 7 or 8 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Pounds.
Correct.
It's also pointed out in chat that, Fabian was Candy's brother-in-law.
Yeah.
He's another one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
And Robert Fabian was no fan of Stephen Avery. Right, guys? Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Earl's best friend.
That is correct. That is correct. And of course, what did Cam use? Cam used the testimony or the comments from Earl and Robert Fabian to basically picture Stephen Avery in an extremely bad light. Do we have any other comments, guys? Are we all good? Are we actually able to get to slide number 2? Jack 61, do you have slide A4? We'll just wait for that. Now, this is extremely important. Now, on this episode, Cam episode 7, we had both Detective O'Neill and Detective Todd Baldwin. Now, these two detectives, they questioned Brendan Dassey at Crivets on November the 6th. And the constant theme was Brendan Dassey was hiding things from them, right? Which immediately now think about it, this is one day after they found the RAV4, right, on November the 5th. These two detectives, they were involved in one, and I think the Skolinski was there too. They were involved in subpoenaing Stephen Avery's Pontiac Grand Dam. It just so happened that Brendan Dassey was the passenger in the Pontiac Grand Dam. They were going to the shop to get soda. The detectives stopped them and they questioned Brendan Dassey, right? Now this here, you're not going to find this on cam. This is an academic who wrote about the confessions, right? And he said something very, very interesting about the questioning by Detective O'Neill and Todd Baldwin. And I thought I want to share this with you. Neverly, do you see the slide A4? Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to read this out? I'll get you to read the top bit and I'll get somebody else to read the bottom bit. Pay close attention to what this academic person wrote about those interviews. Let's go for it.
Despite O'Neill telling Dassey at the outset that he was not under arrest and was free to leave at any time, those pro forma disclaimers, which many lower courts find persuasive, are worthless at the moment when confrontational questioning began, or in other words, when Reed interrogation began. Detectives used a handful of Reed's steps to push Dassey into changing his story, most notably directly confronting Dassey, step 1, developing a theme by encouraging Dassey to think about the girl, step 2, minimizing his involvement by telling him he will not go to jail, step 2, and overcoming Dassey's denials, step 3, among other Reed tactics.
Interesting.
Reed aside, and that's exactly, we can recall word by word. Reed aside, the car Dassey was driving had been seized and towed away. Dassey was therefore dependent on law enforcement for transportation. When considered alongside Dassey's educational background and the fact that Dassey was questioned in relay fashion by 2 officers in the backseat of a squad cars with closed doors, it is clear that no reasonable person in Dassey's shoes would feel free to terminate the encounter and leave.
Now,
and again,
yep,
we go back to Nick Hillary and that scene.
Yes.
Yeah, if he was to open the door, they would have arrested him on the spot.
Correct. So the detectives basically had Brendan Dassey in their car, and Brendan had no means to get home because they had stopped and subpoenaed the car, got the car, the Pontiac Grand Dam, and poor Brendan was trapped in with the 2 detectives. And you remember the interview, guys, where the blinker light was going tick, 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 tick. Alice, do you have a comment?
Yeah, because it was the same interview that, now this is my opinion, and my opinion alone, I don't know if others agree, but this is where I think that, right, we can persuade him to do what we want, is when they turned round and they said to Brendan, so there's Blaine, Brian, Bobby, and yourself, that's 5 brothers, Brendan. And Brendan says yes. And then they ask him some more questions, and then Brendan's like, no, wait a minute, it's only 4 brothers. That right there was when they knew, right, this is the one that we can go after. This is the one that's going to be malleable. This is the one that we can bend to our will. And from that moment, they went after that Wayne, full guns blazing. They went to his school. They took him away from his mother. They didn't even tell his mother that they were taking him for these interviews. And even in court, and that's what changed my mind, Doc. I mean, I've said it from the beginning. When I first watched it, I thought, where was Barb in all this? Why was she no there? Why was she no demanding this, that, and the other, like any other mother would, you know? But when I seen in Brendan's trial, when Uyghur was on the stand, and he turned around and said, under oath, the lying fucker said that they asked Barb to go with them, you know what I mean, and come in. But she said no. It was the look on Barb's face and the way she was like, because she just looked and it was like, you fucking liars, you know? And that was when I thought, right, okay, they fucked her over just as much as they fucked Brendan and Stephen over, you know?
Correct.
And
I was going to say, Alice, in actual fact, Alice, in Ken Kratz's book, he said, and I quote, he goes, Barb had a right to be there, but I'm glad she wasn't.
Yeah.
Right? Because all hell would have been unleashed. And that's Kratz saying she had the right to be there, but I'm glad that she wasn't. That says a lot. But with this, what we've just read out, there's a part 2 to this. Now, this is an academic who looked at all of the interrogations by Brendan. And straight away, this individual had highlighted a problem with Brendan. Brendan was entrapped. But not only that, Brendan had changed his story. Because remember what Skolinski did, which they didn't tell you and explained, Skolinski knocked on the window of the squad car, got Detective O'Neill out and said, oh, guess what? A bus driver saw Teresa Hallbach, or a woman photographer, and, there were 15, 16 other kids on the bus. That means that your client is lying to you. He's saying he never saw Teresa. That can't be right. The bus driver said he saw a female photographer taking pictures. Your client, or the person you're questioning, is lying. He's hiding something. Guys, you got to understand, this is one day after they found the RAV. Now, I don't recall, do you see the slide? Do you see the slide? I don't recall. Oh, she may have stepped away. Susan, do you see the slide?
Sure, Doc.
It's the one that, that's it. So this is part 2 to that person's narrative. Let's go for it.
Start at admittedly?
Yes.
Okay. Admittedly, the state never sought to use Dassey's November 6 statements as direct evidence of Dassey's guilt at trial, because by then it had Dassey's detail-laden March 1, 2006 confession to work with. But during the trial's 4th day, the state introduced audio from the November 6 interview in order to ask Detective O'Neill about his impressions of Dassey's demeanor. During his testimony, O'Neill said that Dassey had an inner struggle and that, in his opinion, Dassey was hiding something. Because those comments were designed to provide the jury more context for why investigators conducted subsequent interrogations of Dassey, the November 6 interrogation stands more as a cautionary tale for use in the classroom. Prospective prosecutors and defense attorneys alike can clearly see how knowledge of the read technique informs Miranda's attachment and, more precisely, when it should attach.
Wow. So that poor kid, Brendan Dassey, was subject to the read technique, and he had no idea, because both O'Neill and Baldwin, they completely changed tactics as soon as they found out about the bus driver. Now, has anyone here, because a question was actually asked in chat, has anyone here ever got the testimonies from the kids that were on the bus about seeing the female photographer? Do we have those? Do we have those testimonies?
They don't exist.
They don't exist.
No, they don't. So remember what they're permitted to do. They're permitted to lie. Right?
Lie. Yep.
They're permitted to lie. But to Brendan Dassey, I'll get you on in a sec, Alice. To Brendan Dassey, he goes, oh my God, the very bus driver that takes me and my brother to school and back home said she saw a female photographer, right? Hence, how come I never saw her? And the answer was the bus driver got the day wrong. Completely wrong. When they questioned Lisa Buchner, she couldn't remember the day or the week where she saw the female photographer. And to make matters worse, it was when Teresa Horbuck was at the front taking pictures, I think, of the Blazer near the letterboxes, not Barb's van all the way down. So look at this, guys. Confusion by the bus driver led to Brendan Dassey changing his statements, which in turn made Baldwin and O'Neill think this kid is hiding something. Guys, can you see how the dominoes fell against Brendan? And the kid did nothing wrong. Jack 61.
Yeah, I mean, this happens later, what I'm fixing to say, but it had already begun, and I'm talking about Jody and how hard these investigators went to try to flip Jody, going so far as playing phone calls, and I still think she's a plant, and I'm talking about Debbie Klemp. When this Debbie
definitely.
Klemp, she started calling Stephen early in December of 2005, and by a couple of 2 or 3 weeks later, she's telling him she loves him.
Correct.
She's giving him money on his jail card so he can make phone calls and different things. And then so they yank Jody out of jail and play these calls for her to try to piss her off. And this goes into January and February. So they're trying to work Jody like a show pony to get her to flip, and she wouldn't do it. She's just enjoying getting soda pop and out of jail and smoking cigarettes. And,
correct.
And she never did. And I think they saw that she wasn't going to, at least at that point in time. So they just kept going to different people to try to get somebody to flip within that was close to Stephen. That was one of their goals.
Correct. But don't you find it amazing
Specifically
how
as alibi. Sorry.
Yes. But don't you find it amazing how in Cam they never talked about this, the fact that the reason why Brendan changed his statements was not because he was holding anything back, but a person in authority said to him, Brendan, the bus driver saw the photographer. 15 kids on the bus said they saw the photographer. How come you didn't see the photographer? You must be holding something back. Jack 61.
That's right. And in addition to that, there's another thing in Cam, and we'll cover it more in depth because I'm going to prepare and show people some information. And I can't remember if it was Candace or Brenda that said it, and I think it was in. Well, I don't remember if it was 7 or 8, but it doesn't matter. They said that Wiegert and Fassbender didn't know Brendan was at this fire until late February, early March 2006, and that's a fucking lie. And I can prove it's a lie. I can prove it's a lie because there are phone calls that they listened to all of it, and Deb Strauss was making summary reports of it. It's a lie. They knew. They absolutely knew he was over there.
But they needed an angle to question Brendan again.
Oh yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So they used the Kayla angle, and people in chat are correct. Kayla went on the stand and said it was all bullshit. I made it up. I'm recanting what I said, right? And let me tell you this. This is important. This is what they didn't show on cam. Brendan Dassey, when he was asked, what did you do? Remember what Susan read out. I got off the bus with my brother. I walked directly home, right? When O'Neill questioned him, he goes, me and my brother got off the bus and we walked home. That's number one, story number one. After Skorlinski talks to O'Neill, they become aggressive to Brendan. And Brendan goes, I don't know. I don't recall seeing it. He goes, remember? Baldwin goes, it's either a yes or a no. And then Brendan goes, oh, that's right. When me and my brother got off the bus, we had to step to the side, right, guys? We had to step to the side to allow Teresa Halbach to leave. Did they believe Brendan? No, because Teresa couldn't have left. They can't have Teresa leaving, right? And then eventually Brendan goes, he changes his story again and says, oh, that's right. When I went home, I saw Stephen talking to Teresa on the porch. And I think he also mentioned that he looked at Teresa from his window, kitchen window. And I'm thinking to myself, you just retold the story of Bobby. Because remember, Bobby Dassey saw Teresa taking pictures, never saw Stephen. So notice, Brendan was like malleable, like plasticine. He was able to change his narrative on demand when he was questioned. Susan.
It was finally changed to Brendan took his bike to get the mail.
Correct.
And heard her screaming from several hundred yards away.
That's correct. That's correct. And the irony there, Susan, is where are the letterboxes?
Right by the bus.
Right by the bus
stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right by the bus stop. So can you imagine a 16-year-old kid?
His bike was broken also.
Yep.
Correct. Could you imagine a 16-year-old kid going all the way home, because remember, he loves playing PlayStation, and going, oh, that's right, I better go and get some letters for Uncle Steve, when it's the mother, Dolores, that delivers the mail to Stephen, not Brendan. Jack 61, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did, just a short one. They saw how suggestible Brendan was when they got aggressive with him, and for them, it's like, oh, well, we're getting closer to the truth. And the fact is, he's just trying to satisfy what they want and get out of there. Not thinking and understanding that he could say, guys, I'm done talking. Please please let me out of this squad car. He doesn't know that. And they know he doesn't know that.
That is correct. Now, think about this, guys. You're 16 years old. I'll get to you in a second, Evelyn. You're 16 years old. Do you think you're in trouble if you say, oh, yeah, I saw Uncle Steve talking to Teresa. Yeah, nothing. To you, as a 16-year-old, have you just admitted something wrong? Or have you just said,
no,
oh, yeah, I saw them in home. You know, she's a photographer. Uncle Steve, you know. However, to both those two detectives, to both O'Neill and Baldwin, their antennas went up. Oh, so you did see Teresa Halbach. Boom, he's done. Neverly. Oh, sorry, Susan, have you got a comment?
Well, the big question here is, why at that time did they not pursue more questioning with Brendan?
True. Very good
Says
point.
He saw her. They don't question him for 4 months.
Yes. Very good point. Neverly, I don't know the reason why. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Well, let's take an average intelligent 16-year-old. Actually, let's take a 21-year-old to say they're fully legal, 21, being read the Miranda rights. Would they ever question the Miranda rights, or would they just sign and say, did you understand? Yeah, I did. Would they ever think about it? I, as an adult, and I'm $49.99 plus tax and shipping, that's how old I am. If I was in that position and I was being approached by a policeman in that kind of questioning, and another one comes in and I'm in the car that was impounded, and now I'm sitting in the policeman's car and I cannot leave, what would you do? You would say, yeah, I understood. You know what I mean? Let alone Brendan. And they did say, well, we read him the rights, he signed, and he said, I understood. Boom, done deal. He's toast.
Correct. But
or just told him he was free to leave when he's pinned in by these guys and he has no way home.
Correct. And I'll be very interesting if Travis is still in chat. If Travis was with Brendan on November the 6th, what Travis would have advised Brendan? Now, wouldn't that be interesting to get Travis's feedback, right? Now, I'm gonna show you in the next slide. Jack61, do we have another clip or can we do the next slide? A5.
Well, I've got several clips. I can play the next one if you want before we do it, or we can do it after.
Yes.
Yeah,
let's play the next clip, Jack61.
Well, give me just 1 second here.
Yep, no hassles. You wait till you see the next slide.
Doc, it just goes to show you the attitude in that convicting anyway, because the episode that they're doing that's going to be all about Brendan, they're doing on his bloody birthday. Are you trying to tell me that wasn't a conscious decision that they made? You know what I mean? Of course it was a conscious decision that they made. And for Candice Owens to turn around and say about when Brenda asked Linda about the bullet, I mean, of all people, asked Linda about the bullet. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Correct.
on Linda, I mean, Linda picked up on what she was trying to get at. And she was like, look, I don't know anything about the science behind it and everything like that. But because Linda had said that what was it? It was like something didn't matter, like the control thing didn't matter or anything like that. And then Candice comes on and she says, and for her to say that it doesn't matter, no, they just taking it she taking it out of context. That's not what Linda specifically said. Go back and watch what Linda actually specifically says. And what she's saying is that she does not believe the results that
it should have been able to be used. Yeah.
Exactly, Susan. That's exactly what she meant. But Candice tried to make it nefarious by saying, "Oh, Linda doesn't care about the, about the proper science and like that." Yeah, and that pissed me off. You know what I mean? That really pissed me off. I can only imagine how it made Linda feel. You know what I mean? Oh, don't worry, Linda. I was right there with you. I was like, how dare she? Because that's not what Linda meant at all.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to cover that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We'll cover that. All right. Jack61, do you have that clip? Thank you. Thank you, Alice. Okay, let's go for it.
Yeah, this is not quite 2 minutes, so let's give it a listen. All right, here we go, guys.
It's not normal for a 16-year-old boy to be just crying uncontrollably and to lose that type of weight.
Something's bothering him. Something's going on. And we felt that he may know more and that he was protecting Stephen. And that's why we ultimately went back and talked to Brendan.
And when did you talk to Brendan again?
Myself and Agent Fassbender interviewed Brendan on February 27th of 2006.
You're not under arrest. No bad. Free to go at any time you want.
We made arrangements to talk to Brendan while he was at school. I told him, I think twice during that interview, that he wasn't under arrest and he didn't have to answer questions, was free to leave.
I know it's not bothering you and all that. It's got to be laying real heavy on you. Been a tough boy lately, I'd imagine, huh? Yeah.
They thought that maybe he had seen something and they thought he was having trouble, dealing with what he had witnessed.
I've got to pause this right here just for a second with what Brenda said. They weren't concerned about something was bothering Brendan at all. That's not why they went there. That's for a mom. That's for parents to take care of.
That's
that
correct.
was just an excuse.
But this is a brilliant clip, because the slide I'm going to show you next is the real reason. Brilliant timing, Jack 61.
Well, I told you. I told you when I was looking at the slides you sent me. I knew that some of these would dovetail. I don't remember the exact what's in each slide that I got, but I know that a lot of them dovetail each other. So this is good timing.
Scary.
It is. But I just wanted to point that out, that they weren't concerned. And remember, Fassbender had been talking to Candy, and Uyghur too. They had talked to Candy by this point in time several times. It wasn't like just a one-time thing. It was more than one. She did a couple of interviews. So anyway, let's continue on.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
And then he saw that night, his father, you know, fire, and we believe that's where Teresa is called.
And we weren't expecting anything really major. We were talking to him as a witness.
When they interviewed him again, he started to come clean with certain details of the crime that he had not included in his earlier interview back in November.
He talks about seeing Teresa in the fire. And some of that obviously was brought up to him in the question form.
Yeah, the you actually have to read the transcripts, how they led Brendan Dassey into admitting, now wait for it, that he saw toes. Remember? Toes. Because they convinced him that Teresa was in that fire. But their way of thinking was Brendan was a witness at this stage, not a co-conspirator in the murder of Teresa Halbach, that he was a witness. So they needed Brendan to say, what did you see, Brendan? The moment Brendan said toes, he was gone. Finished. Alice, do you have a quick comment?
Yeah. We know, Brendan. We know. We just need to hear it for you, Brendan. Now, you don't tell us any lies, Brendan. You know, you've got to tell us the truth, Brendan. You know,
correct.
And that's all that they done, Doc. And then they bombard that way with question upon question upon question. And the way Brendan's brain works is that he's still thinking about the first question that they asked, even though they're wanting an answer to the fifth question that they've asked. You know what I mean? And they did not take that into consideration when it came to that laddie. And it is disgusting, whether it was the read technique or no. As soon as Brendan changed his stories or his statements and the inconsistencies, they should have went, right, that's it. No, we're done. You know, no freedom. Every bit of important information that they needed to get out of him. And then say, now remember, Brendan, we know Brendan, and we know that you know Brendan.
That's
you know,
correct.
No wonder that Wayne Seed was so far up his arse, Doc. It is unbelievable.
That is 100% correct. But my issue is that Cam never showed the lead up to when Brendan said toes, but making a murderer did. Susan.
Yeah.
Susan, do you have a comment?
They didn't show the suggestions before Brendan said that. The suggestions of what he saw in that fire. They leave that out. Thank you, Cam. That's pretty deceptive.
That's 100% correct.
They're acting like he just came up with that.
Yes. And so the problem is, because you don't know the context, 99% of their viewers I'm not going to go and read the entire transcripts of Brendan's so-called questioning by Fassbender and Uyghur. They're just going to take it as a given. Oh my God. So he did see Teresa Horbach in the fire. Oh my God. So Stephen is definitely a killer. And then they find out that Brendan participated. Oh my God, case closed. But the interview with O'Neill and Baldwin proved that Brendan was malleable to suggestion. They did it again. Fassbender and Uyghur did it again to Brendan when he goes, toes. Now, isn't that interesting? He never said, I saw Teresa's chest explode in the fire. Her hair was on fire. Nothing of a person being cremated. A shocking, horrible thing to witness.
Swelled up like a whale, and explosion of blood and guts, nothing.
Exactly. The smell.
Ziggly lines on her forehead.
What did he say? Ziggly lines and toes.
And her belly.
And a belly. The guy had no idea. If you witness a cremation event, you're not going to forget it. It's going to be horrific. What does the kid say? I saw toes at Jack 61.
Yeah, that's why I warned everybody, what you guys have been talking about. That's why I warned everybody. They went in with a scalpel with these interrogations, this coercion session that they had with Brendan. He had already been primed from days earlier, the 27th. He was interviewed 3 times on that day. But they went in with a scalpel, and they don't show you the context, as Doc just said, and the build-up to what he's saying. They don't show that at all. It's very deceptive. And people do, if you're really interested in the truth, you got to go listen or read the transcript and get the full Monty.
Correct. Alice.
Did Stephen have to pick Brendan up off the floor while all this horrific scene with blood and everything like that is going on? Because that Wayne is terrified of blood. He's got a phobia of blood.
Yes,
so if this whole scenario existed, then Stephen must have had to pick him up off the flare about 40 million times during this whole bloody scenario. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous, especially when it comes to Brendan. And for people who still believe that laddie is guilty, they need to take a seriously hard look at themselves.
But the greatest sin here, guys, the greatest sin to me, and I can't forgive this person, in that someone has read the case, someone has gone through all the testimonies, someone has gone through all the documents, and that person is peddling bullshit. And that is the greatest
agree.
sin.
Correct,
Susan?
Doc.
Correct, yep. Susan?
And her initials are BS.
Correct. You would think, wait a minute, this clearly cannot be correct, right? I've gone through the documents. I've gone through the material. This is not stacking up. I'm the fact checker. And yet Candace comes out like a superstar. Yep, Brendan saw this. Yep, his uncle made him do it. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. You've got someone who's read what we have and has come up to a totally different conclusion because it fits your narrative. And that is the danger of media manipulation. Now, Cam is saying, ignore ma'am, follow us. That is a very dangerous precedent to do. Jack 61.
Yeah, so just 2 comments to comment on what you're talking about right now. Candace says, the media's not telling you the truth, but I will. But she's not. She's not telling the truth. Number 2, this is moving into the, talking about this cremation of Teresa's body in this fire that had to be minimum, I think 1800 degrees is about the temperature to calcine.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
So you think about, and I know not everyone's been around a really hot fire. I have in my life. I know others have, like I've had many conversations with Saprikov about this and other people. You think about a fire that's in this little burn pit that allegedly got up to this temperature for a sustained amount of time. It wouldn't have been a quick thing. You can't do this in 20 minutes. That's not going to happen. It's going to take a long time to do it unless you've got some really, really high temperatures, which without some more equipment, it would have never happened in that pit. How is it possible that Brendan and Stephen could have got anywhere near that fire? There's no way.
No.
There's no way. You cannot stand that close to a fire that's that hot. You can't do it without, well, number one, it'll burn your skin, number one. You'd have third-degree burns. It'd burn your clothes off of you, too, and your hair would be gone. I'm telling you, you can't do it.
Plus, they had a dog. Plus, there was a dog there in the kennel.
Plus the dog.
And a massive propane tank.
That's right. Had a bomb sitting there right beside this massive fire. There's no way.
And the neighbors would also see it, and they interviewed a lot of neighbors.
Well, Candy came out at the end of episode 8, if you guys remember. I looked out and I saw this fire. I was there, this huge fire, and I'm thinking, well, that's the first damn time I've heard anything about it.
She said I can't believe it didn't melt the house.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me, Candy? I have never heard that you saw a fire that night.
Since when was Candy on the Avery salvage yard on the 31st of October?
She says her and Kayla stopped by Moss' place.
Yeah, she looked out the window.
And saw a great big whopping fire, huh?
Yeah, thinking, how did this not melt the house? And I'm thinking, what?
Yep. Alice.
If the fire was that big that it melted the house, I'm surprised it never melted the house. It would have blew the bloody propane tank that was bloody right beside it. The heat, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
And sorry, Susan.
And another thing, as far as I know, she never said that while Ma was alive.
No.
So she can't back up that story.
No.
or disprove it. Either way.
That's correct.
Which is hearsay.
Hearsay. That's
Absolutely.
Exactly right. You never get that into a court. It's hearsay.
Yeah.
And Random Pieces, if I could just quote what Random Pieces said, very little black charred area in that pit. You got it.
And Aline Karen said apparently the fire was so huge, but no one ever called the fire trucks either. It was that huge.
No, and Josh Redon. Yeah, and Josh Redon said that he saw a fire that was contained to a barrel. And remember, there were workers in the Redon's quarry. None of them mentioned this great big whopping fire, but it's interesting what Travis Growell said about the smell, right? Again, that is a very, very cryptic clue. The problem with Travis Growell and his smelling was that the wind was blowing away from him, not towards him. And this is going to be a very important and pertinent point when we have a look at episode 8. Right, guys? When we look at the next episode, the wind, direction of the wind is going to play a very, very crucial role. But, guys, let's focus back on this because this is what Cam's talking about, Brendan Dassey. Can we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, A5? Now, remember how they were trying to say, look, Brendan wasn't on our radar, right? He wasn't on our radar at all. That is not true. Now, Alice, do you see the slide? A5, do you see it?
I sure do, Doc.
Can you read it out? This is what Skorlinski said to Brendan Dassey on November the 10th. Let's go for it.
Special Agent Skorlinski and Investigator Baldwin left Dassey and went inside the residence to check on the status of the search warrant execution. A couple of minutes later, Special Agent Skorlinski returned to Dassey and told him that the investigators believed that on Monday, October 31, 2005, Stephen killed Hallback and burned her body in his fire pit. Special Agent Skorlinski told Dassey that investigators found pieces of female bone and teeth. Dassey was asked if he helped Stephen burn Hallback's body, and he said no. Dassey was asked if he saw anything in the fire pit that resembled a human body or human bone, and he said no. Special Agent Skorlinski told him that this is not the time to be lying to protect Stephen. Dassey said he did not know anything about Stephen burning Hallback. The interview was terminated at approximately 12:30. Why? Because it wasn't gone to their narrative.
Okay, now, is this a significant, and people in chat, is this a significant accusation to Brendan? Yes or no? Alice?
Hell yes.
Yes.
Yep. I don't recall. Are you there?
Yes,
Is this a significant accusation?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Susan?
This is the first suggestion put in his mind.
Okay. Jack 61?
I agree with Susan. Absolutely.
Okay. What about you, Neverly?
I second that.
Okay. So, guys, can you see the suggestion by Fassbender and Wiegert that Brendan Dassey was, he wasn't on the radar. We weren't thinking of him, is complete weapons grade bullshit. Skorlinski already made an accusation against Brendan Dassey, right? Did you see anything in that burn pit? Which means, Jack 61, correct me if I'm wrong, it means that they knew that Brendan was at a fire with his uncle. Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's it. Done like a dinner. Done like a dinner, right? So you notice what the date of the interview was. November the 10th. Does anyone know what significant events took place on November the 10th?
There's several.
Yeah.
Well,
What are they, guys?
The DC was signed by Glazer, the death certificate. Poggle made some interesting comments and phone calls with another officer about finding tissue and other material. Calumet County, CASO, and many other state troopers and investigators scoured
Mickle's quarry.
the quarry, collecting the collecting bones, and Mickle's quarry. This is where they took Glazer. They didn't take him to the Redonk quarry. They took him to Mitchell's quarry. So
correct.
I did want.
Was Stephen charged on the 9th or the 10th?
The 9th. He was charged on the 9th.
Okay.
9th. Yep.
Okay. So notice they got Big Bad Uncle Stephen arrested on a gun charge, and Skorlinski went straight up to Brendan Dassey and said, "What did you see anything in that burn pit? You see Teresa Hallback?" Now think about it, guys. They collected cremains, only a small number of cremains from the burn pit. Remember the phone call with Sipple? What he said to Rush?
Two 5-gallon buckets of human bones that we have no photos of at all.
And body parts, right?
And body parts. 100% correct. So therefore, the narrative on November the 10th is already been established, right? You've got human cremains in Stephen's burn pit. Oh, wait a minute. Brendan Dassey was with Stephen. So therefore, did you see anything, Brendan? No. Did you help your uncle? No. So therefore, don't tell me that Fassbender and Wiegert didn't believe that Brendan Dassey was a person of interest right early as November the 10th. They just needed a narrative to get back to question him. Jack 61.
I just wanted to comment about this clip out of this DCI report. This is DCI report 33. And Skorlinski really went after Brendan in this one. He got angry. I invite everyone to read it and make your own decisions.
Correct.
On what date, Jack?
Yeah,
this
this is
Skorlinski
Oh,
report?
this one.
November
Yeah,
the
the-
10th.
Okay.
Yep, the
Yeah.
Skorlinski
And
one is in DCI report 3-3.
We've got that in our library.
Yep.
We've got that in. So, again, Cam does not mention any of this at all. Alice.
Yeah, but isn't it true though, Doc, that even the state didn't have an identification of Teresa on November the 10th? But
No,
they're
they
going
didn't.
about telling people that they have, because did they not even tell Karen Hallback that it was Teresa on the 10th when no results, and I'm saying this for newbies and that are coming in and joining us in that as well, because they might not know. None of them, the state, nobody knew any results because they hadn't even came back by the 10th of November, but they're going about saying that it's Teresa.
They told Karen on the 9th.
Well, that's even worse, Jack. You know what I mean?
But guys, they let the penny out of the bag. They let the cat out of the bag, so to speak, because you're correct, Alice. How did the state have proof positive identification that those cremains were Teresa Hallbach's when they had no DNA or mitochondrial DNA evidence? Which then begs the question, they must have had some form of identification that they found Teresa Hallbach, right? It all makes perfect sense, and it's all coming together beautifully, because in episode 8 is when they start talking about the dogs, the canines, both Brutus. Brutus is a cadaver dog, detects human decomposition. Brutus is not specific for Teresa Hallbach, but Loof is a bloodhound. Loof is specific for the scent of Teresa Hallbach. And what they reveal on episode 8 is mind-bending, because we're just about to talk about all that stuff in the Reading with the Crew series. That's what we're doing, the canine noses. Now, they're now trying to weave in a narrative involving Brutus and Loof to make the suggestion that Teresa Hallbach's scent was at the berm, right? The berm location. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that next time when we rebut episode 8. But what I'm showing you here is that Brendan Dassey was a person of interest as early as November the 10th. As soon, and Alice made a good point, how did the state know that those cremains were Teresa Hallbach? They didn't. No bones have been tested. And I don't want to get Duke started up, because the only thing they tested, Roz, was item BZ, right? So guys, do we have any further questions? Are we all good? Are we all good? All right. Now, at Jack 61, do you have another clip, or can we go to the next slide?
Yep, I've definitely got another clip.
Let's go. You want to play the clip?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, beautiful. Let's go for it, guys.
Give me just 1 second here to get her pulled up.
So that the clip that Jack 61 played previously, and what we've read out with Skorlinski, goes to show that poor Brendan, he was under the radar from the get-go. Why do you put pressure on Brendan Dassey? Because Brendan Dassey is the alibi of Stephen Avery.
And they knew it. And they knew it.
Yeah. They knew it, correct.
All right, this clip here is a little over a minute. So here we go.
We called his mother and got her to come to the school. We briefed her, and we said that we wanted to go to Two Rivers Police Department and do a video recorded portion of this. Her and Brendan both got in our car, and we drove to Two Rivers.
I'm going to back this up. I wanted to point this out too. I want you to look at the date here when they interviewed Kayla, February 20th. And they interviewed Brendan on the 27th. And Brendan just said they were so concerned about Brendan, you know, something wrong, blah, 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 that they had to go talk to him. But it took a week to do it. Are you kidding me? Where's the concern? That's not it at all. That's a lie. If they were concerned, they would have went that day and talked to him. There would have been another interview right here, right beside Kayla's, and there wasn't. That's a lie. They were getting their ducks in a damn row to go after him. That's exactly what they were doing. So anyway, let's continue.
Our car, and we drove to Two Rivers.
When they took you down to Two Rivers, you should have said to them, I want my mom in there.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said, well, I don't care either way. And they told me that I shouldn't go in there, that I'm better off not going in there. And they told me to go to the waiting room.
Well, at Two Rivers, you know, we said, well, we're going to go in and do this. We asked Barb if she wanted to go, and she essentially said something to the effect she didn't need to.
But didn't you go try to smoke a cigarette or something?
Yeah.
And I remember Brendan even saying, yeah, well, she had to go smoke a cigarette or something like that. And we asked Brendan, do you want your mother in there? And he said, you know, it's not necessary either, something to that effect. And so we did the recorded interview, which essentially was the information that he had already provided us at the school.
I included this clip specifically because of what Barbara said in the past, and she's told us presently. That I told her she would be better off not going in there. Now, just given what, and I'm just a guy that's out here on the sideline. I'm not a law enforcement official. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just looking at what I've seen these guys do, and I don't trust them. I don't trust what they're saying publicly because of what they've done that a lot of people haven't seen or haven't taken the time to go dig. And I'm telling you, and they will lie whenever it is necessary. We've caught them in it numerous times. I don't believe what Fassbender's saying. I don't. I'm sorry. That's my opinion, and everybody else can form their own, but that's mine.
I am with you. I don't believe them at all. They did not want Barb there. And if you ask a kid who has nothing to hide, do you want your mom here? What is he going to say?
But
you know what I mean?
But the important, if I could just make a quick comment. But did you notice Brendan's response? Yeah. He never engaged in a conversation with his mum. He's sort of like, almost like, yeah. He had no explanation. His way of thinking is very, very rudimentary and simple. Alice.
Yeah, I mean, where do you start? I mean, when it comes to they are liars, Doc. Plain, straight, and simple. And we know that. We know that. Like Jack says, we know that because we've read the documents. We've been through hundreds of documents and we've read them all. We've even done lives and we've read them out on lives and everything like that. And the written word tells you so much. And they lie at every turn and every point. Even in 2020 or whenever they were interviewed for this documentary, they still lie through their back teeth and say
they have to.
They have to, Neverly, because they can't admit the huge fuck up that they've done with these two guys. You know what I mean? They just can't. So they have to keep up the lies and everything like that. But you're right, Doc. And Jack, we have pointed it out time and time and time again. The lies and the manipulation that they done to Brendan, to Barb, to even Bobby Blaine and all that. You know what I mean? And Stephen, we've seen it.
It's still going. It's still going.
And it's still going. Yeah, it's still going. And then
Susan,
you've got people like BS in Wisconsin who should know better. You know what I mean? Still peddling the lies for these corrupt police. You know what I mean? And the Wisconsin state is corrupt from the bottom to the bloody top, you know, and she is lying for them now as well.
Well, I'll get you in a sec, Susan.
Okay.
You had now an opportunity to present a balanced approach. That didn't happen. Susan.
I can just hear Fassbender to Barb. Barb, we're going to re-interview Brendan again. We believe he's a witness to something, but I really feel like you shouldn't be in here. So, you know, if it's okay, you just sit out here and we'll be done with him in a little bit. They convinced her.
Yeah.
They tried to make it sound like on here that Barb thought it was more Barb thought it was more important to go have a cigarette than to sit in with. That's what they made it sound like. That is such BS.
Correct. So in essence, you're right, Susan. What they would have said was, "Oh, don't worry, Barb. Your son's not in trouble. We just want to see what he saw, and he'll be all right. And there's nothing to worry about." Except the moment that Brendan wrote, I seen the toes. I seen the toes. The moment he said that, he was now a very, very crucial witness to what had allegedly occurred in the burn pit. He was now entrapped. He was now entrapped.
Oh, he went from witness to accomplice.
God, yeah.
And nothing changed. So they started walking down that path and leading him further.
And another thing, you know, that was the 27th. They didn't re-interview him until the 1st. And I believe that they knew that Barb was going to be in divorce court that day. Why didn't they re-interview him on the 28th?
Well, they basically needed to memorialize what he said ASAP. Alice.
Travis, cause, again, context is everything. You all are hitting on that. Candice Owens has spread conspiracy theories that we didn't really land on the moon. She will say anything, do anything in order to solidify her position on that network, get subscribers, and make money. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Travis. She's just not got a clue when it comes to this case. And the fact that she sits on podcasts where people are calling the filmmakers imam bitches, and she's bringing up that they're lesbians, tells you everything that you need to know about Candice Owens. You know, it really does. And I think it's disgusting. What the hell has that got to do with whether Stephen and Brendan are innocent or anything to do with a documentary, whether these lassies are lesbians or not? You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's just the mentality of them and her needs to be seriously checked out. It really does, you know.
Well, the whole basis, Alice, is the discrediting people. That's what it is. It's discrediting the reputation of individuals. So if you disagree with Cam, then you need to be discredited. Your reputation needs to be shredded, right? I've had some very interesting conversation on X. Jack61 has seen them, where we've got a couple of guilters on there that simply refuse to believe that I have degrees, university degrees, and I've worked in an academic environment. They cannot believe it. Plus, some of the comments that they've made, and Jack61 has picked up upon it, is they need to basically tear you apart. Oh, you're just a mam sheep. You have no independent thought. And so you're correct, Alice. The producers, the main hostess, is now actually attacking the journalists, the filmmakers, on irrelevant issues and not sticking to the main points. And we have, and also our good people in chat, they've been attacked too. their credibility has been attacked too. Jack 61.
Or they get blocked, get blocked to talk, which is ridiculous. You know what I mean? You're putting a documentary out there. You're asking for feedback and everything like that. People get you the feedback. It might not be the feedback that you want, like the truth and facts, and then they block you. You know, and then they bad mouth you on to other ones, and you can't see what they're commenting unless somebody takes a screenshot and posts it. You know, it's ridiculous. If you're going to make something like that, be prepared to take the consequences of people who have been on the case a hell of a lot longer than you and knows this case inside out with facts and everything like that. If you can't handle stop people making their comments, then you shouldn't have made a documentary with something that you don't know about.
Correct. And are we now going, I'll get you in a sec, Jack 61. Are we now going to get to a point whereby an independent filmmaker or makers produce a documentary and you now have a counter documentary to that documentary? Are we now going to have a counter documentary? Is this madness ever going to end, Jack 61?
That's a good question. You know, the concept of Cam in the beginning, if they'd held true to what they are accusing making a murder of, leaving things out, significant things, and there were things left out, and you know there was some editing that I think we all would have preferred didn't happen, didn't change anything at all, because making a murder had nothing to do with the trial, nothing.
No, correct.
And we got the transcripts pretty quickly after it aired, and you know, for the most part, we've left making a murder behind. We long ago, because we're so far beyond that now. But I think that this whole context thing that let me restate this. Talking about X, Twitter, and what Doc was talking about. It you know, I've warned people before, it's a great place for information, and it is a good place to have a debate. You can't have a long one.
No.
But this one particular one of late, clearly a guilter. They don't want, they ask a question, I answer it, and they completely ignore what I've told them. Completely ignore it.
Correct.
And say that I'm not interested in science or the truth. And that's the biggest lie of all. I want the full truth. I don't want just Ken Kratz and Fallon's truth. I want the full truth, and we all do, to make a proper decision.
You know what I want to see? I want to watch the entire trial, like we watched all the other trials on Law and Order and whatever. Wouldn't that be a treat to see everything?
Yes,
absolutely.
I do too.
Absolutely.
I think Netflix could make a fortune by
totally.
It.
Hey, maybe we could get a cut for suggesting.
Well, the problem with the trial, and then I'll be quiet. The problem with the trial, and I think everyone that knows the cases, both of them, will agree. The jury, the judge, Willis and Fox, all of them were screwed because they only got part of the story. They didn't get it all. They didn't get anywhere near all of it. They got a story and theater, and that was the way that the state won, because of so much stuff that they withheld from the defense.
And not only that, Jack 61, there was a lot of fluff as well. There was a lot of material that was just complete waste of time. And I remember when they were talking to Dr. LeBeau, it went on for hours and hours and hours. 90% was all crap, could have all been left out, right? But then they started talking about other cases and other scenarios. There's no way the jury would have understood what the hell they were talking about. Susan.
I agree with you. There was a lot of, and I see that in most trials when it comes to the experts. They just lay it on heavy, and I think it's designed to confuse a jury,
and intimidate their intelligence.
It is.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, he was hard to get through.
Yes. Oh yeah. I remember looking through LeBeau's testimony. I don't know how you guys did it because it was horrible. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? Now, this is, I would love your comments. They were so concerned for Brendan Dassey that they put Brendan up at Fox Hills. Now, Barb was there, I take it, as well. Was Blaine up there or just Brendan? Does anyone remember who was actually at Fox Hills?
Blaine came later.
There.
He came later. I think he was at work, and then I think he was taken there later.
Right. And isn't that the same place where Skolinski got up to Blaine's face and yelled at him?
It was
Is that the
Fassbender.
same place?
It was Fassbender the next morning.
Fassbender. Wow. Okay. That they were getting up in their face saying, stop protecting your uncle, right? Well, this is amazing. Now, you have a look at the testimony right here. You can see what he wrote down. He goes, I seen the toes. Now, they were so concerned for Brendan Dassey that they bring him and his mum up to Fox Hills, right? Now, I checked. You're not going to believe this. They had cable TV. And guess what was being shown at Fox Hills? Anyone want to guess what movie?
Kiss the Girls.
Kiss the Girls.
Kiss the Girls was being showed. How many times did Fassbender say to Brendan, play back the video in your head, right? Scary. Now, how can you bring Brendan Dassey to Fox Hill? Because I quote, we were worried for his safety. Our job is to protect people. He knew more. Now, wait a minute. How come he only stayed at Fox Hill for how long? How long did he stay at Fox Hills?
One night, and Stephen was in prison.
Probably not even 12 hours.
In jail, rather.
Yeah, and Stephen was, as Susan said, wasn't even there. So what were they protecting him? Maybe they were protecting him from Bobby. I'm kidding.
Yeah, correct. So that whole idea is, okay, we got you entrapped. We want to make sure that you don't recant. And they probably read it back to him, his statement, and said, is this the truth, Brendan? Right?
And then...
Susan? Yeah, no, that's all right. Go, Neverly.
And then they didn't even have the recording of that because of the malfunction of the equipment, right? And somebody pointed out, I think that they didn't have the charging cable for the camera or something like that. Like you couldn't have bought that at the local Walmart or something, right? Excuse.
Correct.
And then it was accepted by the judge.
Correct. Thank you, Neverly. Susan.
They just have the dumbest excuses for everything, especially Fassbender. I mean, they're just so unbelievable, these excuses they're making.
But the excuses never stop. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you have to agree, Cam has given them a voice to air out the excuses. And it just keeps on coming.
Exactly.
It doesn't stop.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Jack 61.
Yeah, the one last thing about Cam. Now we didn't. This kind of stops. Pretty much in starting episode 6 and 7 and 8. You also have people on with an axe to grind, a big axe with a huge sharpener, and they've allowed them to just put up all kinds of hearsay that cannot be proven under any conditions whatsoever. I'd love to see any kind of proof. Well, we can get out here, us right now, and just say anything. But to me, for people that are serious, unless we can back it up with something to make that leap, we're just spinning our wheels. And I don't like doing it at all. I don't think anyone here likes doing it. It's fine to speculate. It's fine to speculate. It's fine to theorize. But you really need that kernel of truth behind that to make that connected leap, to me.
Correct. But look at the next slide, Jack 61. This is the segue of what you have just said. And now, do you have any other clips to play with Brendan Dassey?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep, I can play the next one if you want.
Do you have any other clips to play for Brendan Dassey, Jack 61?
Crap, I was muted. Sorry. Yes, I've got several more. This is the next one's clip 4. I've got 8 total, so and this one's
Okay.
all
27. Involving Brendan.
They're not all. The last couple are about the knife and the bullet. I think the knife and the bullet we're going to get into, but there's at least this one, and maybe one more at least about Brendan.
Okay. We'll play them, but I just want to explain this slide.
Sure.
Does everybody remember the comment made by, I'm not sure whether that gentleman was a scientist or not.
Yes.
I think he was.
I remember.
Right? Because the problem with Brendan's confession is that there is no scientific forensic evidence against Brendan, right? There's no forensic evidence that can back up what Brendan Dassey said. And now we're in dangerous waters because someone on the show, on cam, said, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. And that's from a quote by Carl Sagan. Now, let me explain. Carl Sagan, when he said this quote, they asked him, what do you mean by this? He goes, I'm involved in the search of extraterrestrial intelligence, aliens. Yeah, I know where you're going to go. He needed to go to bloody Wisconsin in the trailer. Well, anyway, his argument was, look, you can point a telescope out to space in the stars, and you can check the radio transmissions, but because you don't receive a reply, it doesn't mean that there's not an alien race out there, right? The guys were in cam, they used this quote to say, yeah, okay, we can't actually find any forensic evidence against Brendan, but it doesn't mean he didn't do it. So guys, can you see how dangerous that precedence is, that if you have nothing but words, you could potentially be charged with rape, murder, and mutilation of a corpse with no forensic evidence. Jack 61.
And convicted of it with absolutely nothing but words and words alone. And I think it's a horrible precedent. I do.
Right? So if you... Yeah, sorry, Susan.
I was going to say there was the guy, I don't remember who it is in cam, but he said, you know, we don't understand crime scenes and what they're like. You know,
oh my God.
We're used to, you know, TV and how everything's a bloody mess and blah, blah, blah.
I think that's Dan O'Donnell.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was right before this quote here.
Yep. Don't worry. We're gonna go into that the very next slide, right? So this is an important concept, guys. When you argue with somebody, a guilter, they can't actually say the proof that Brendan did this is, that's the end of the conversation, because there is no proof. Brendan only has his words against him. And I've demonstrated to you, and everyone on the Foul Play team has demonstrated to you, Brendan changes his mind when challenged. When someone of authority challenges him, he bends to their will. In other words, so, yeah, that's right, I did see toes with no proof. And then Brendan says, I did this, I cut Teresa's throat, I raped her, I helped my uncle do this and this and this, with no forensic evidence. If you abide by this principle of the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, you're in massive trouble, because it means that the words you say to a law enforcement officer will be used against you. And that's what happened to Brendan. Jack 61.
And many others. I'm sorry for interrupting. And look at that Charles Erickson guy from...
oh, yeah. Yep, the Dream Killer.
Dream Killer.
Dream Killer.
Oh, he's screwed. He's completely... He's complete. Yep.
Totally.
And he has to stay in prison. He has to stay in prison because he made a deal with the courts. Now, that's scary because Erickson had a dream that he was involved and his friend Ferguson were involved in murdering that journalist. He had a dream, and the
They were
court
17 years old.
Correct, and the court accepted it. Jack
Yeah.
61.
Yeah, I'm ready to
Ryan
play this.
was lucky.
Yeah, he was very lucky. Yeah, I've got this clip queued up. It's a pretty short one. If you guys are ready.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. All right, here we go. It's less than, let's see. Yeah, this is a really short one, 27 seconds. Here we go.
It's so important to stress that prior to this date of February 27th, the police did not have Brendan Dassey on their radar at all. They didn't think he had been a witness to anything. Remember, they initially went down to that high school because they were worried about him, because his cousin made some comments about him losing weight. Now they're talking to him and he's saying things about a golf cart. He's talking about a bonfire that he had with his Uncle Stephen. He's talking about seeing Teresa Hallback's toes and belly and forehead in the fire. I mean, this was a major breakthrough in the case.
And again, I included this one specifically because it's not true at all. That's a lie.
Correct.
I'm puking my brains out here.
Correct. But you see, this is the fundamental issue with Cam. Unless you've got a team of people like us to directly contradict them and show them that they are in actual fact wrong, people watching Cam are going, oh my God, Brendan Dassey must have seen toes. But we've shown that he's the type of kid that will change his narrative. I personally believe with Brendan, law enforcement officers had convinced Brendan that Stephen had killed Teresa. But the problem with Brendan, he's going, wait a minute, I was there. I never saw any of this mayhem, but they convinced him that Brendan was a witness to what Stephen did. And then, of course, what did Brendan do? He hooked himself in. Oh, no. He wasn't just a witness. He was a full participant. So stories that Brendan is saying are he's now adapting and changing his narrative depending on what he's being fed by Fassbender and Wiegert. Jack 61.
Yeah, I'm going to pull this up here just briefly. Just a second.
Oh, I have to read this comment by James Crane.
Yes.
I thought law enforcement was understaffed, but they had time to go check on someone who was upset. Good job, Yoga. Exactly.
Yeah, by losing weight. Correct.
By losing weight.
Correct.
Around 40 pounds. How would Kayla know what 40 pounds is? I'm sorry, but that's a massive weight loss.
Huge.
They were worried about him. He wasn't on their radar.
Yeah.
They were just worried about him. Cops do that all the time to kids in high school.
They are your friends. Don't you know that? They have children like you.
Okay, this what I've pulled up here for everybody. This is just real quick. I want to make a point of this. It's DCR report 299, and it's dated 2006. But this goes back almost a year. And what it is, Fassbender was given CD copies of all these jail calls. There's like 80 of them, or actually I think 83 or 84, by Wiegert between Jody and Stephen and others, but mainly that. Anyway, there is a summary of these calls, and Skorlinski has went through and highlighted. Actually, I don't have it highlighted here on this copy. I apologize, but it's. I think it's the. Yeah, here it is, right here. 10/31/05, 2005. Steve complaining that Barb lives like a pig. He had Brendan over at his house helping him, and we've got that call. I'm not going to play it. You can go listen to it. He gives the date and the time and blah, blah, blah. But right there, early on, and she's listening to these calls, Strauss says, and you know damn well that she's reporting back. You know she is. I just I just wanted to point that out in addition to what Doc has shown in that other DCI report.
Correct. So it wasn't just random. Brendan Dassey was a person of interest almost immediately. And that you can now understand the way he was being questioned. Right, guys? Jack 61.
Absolutely. They knew. They knew he was over there and that he was definitely a danger because he was the alibi.
All right. Now, let's have a look at the next slide, guys. Slide A8. Now, this we have to discuss. This is very, very important because remember what we just got here on the slide? The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Look at what occurred, right? They're saying, hey, look, Brutus didn't hit in the main bedroom because there was no blood. Despite Teresa having her throat cut, despite Teresa being stabbed in the stomach, and remember they showed on cam, show us how much the blade went in and how much the knife went in, and they made a big song and dance about, look, the cut was only superficial. It was nothing. Right, Jack 61?
I've got that clip, Doc. One of these clips that I did for us tonight, I've got that clip.
We'll play it after this, right? Now, who would like to read Fassbender's part? Who would like to read Fassbender? We got to read this together. Who wants to read Fassbender?
I'll read it.
Okay. Who would like to read Brendan's part?
I can do Brendan, Doc.
Brendan? Okay. Who would like to do Uyghur?
I can be Uyghur.
I would.
Okay.
You do it, Sherry.
Okay. Now, this is from the interview of Fassbender and Uyghur. They're interviewing Brendan. Guys, let's go for it. We'll start off with Fassbender.
Okay, and tell me and think about the video in your head, okay? You went back in the bedroom and you go through what happened again.
We went in there, we tied her up, and he stabbed her. And he told me to cut her throat and cut her hair off. And then we were done. When we were done like that, we took off the handcuffs and we took her outside to the Jeep, stuck her in the back. He said he would rather burn her than stick her back in there. And we put her on the floor and then he shot her 10 times and then we threw her in the fire.
God almighty.
God almighty's right.
Did somebody ever report hearing 10 shots being fired? Nope.
No, Chuck even said if anybody fired a gun, he would have heard it.
Yeah, but that's
not 1, not 2, not 3, but 10 or 11.
Yeah. 10 shots in the garage.
And what I'm picking up with that is he shot her 10 times in the car because they picked her up and they put her in the car and then he shot her. So where's all the bullet holes in the car? You know what I mean? No, they changed it to the garage.
Well,
they took her out and put her on the ground. I thought it said.
Yeah. But we'll talk about this in a sec. This is what they didn't show on cam. So let's keep going. Who's Uyghur?
I am.
Okay, let's go for it.
Okay. You said that you had cut her throat. Brendan nods yes. Here's the thing, Brendan. When you cut somebody's throat, they bleed a lot. Brendan nods yes. Okay, am I right?
Yeah.
Brendan,
Brendan? Yeah.
She bleed a lot. Brendan nods yes. So I know you had blood on you, and it's pretty much impossible not to. Did you have blood on you?
Brendan shakes head. No.
You told us in another interview that you had cut her throat. Did you cut her throat?
No. Shakes head. No.
I can't see the next line. Why did you tell us that, Brendan? Why did you tell us that?
Nervous.
Okay, are you nervous now?
A little.
Well, what's the truth? Tell me what the truth is.
That I stabbed her in the stomach.
Okay.
Brendan, you know people get nervous when they lie. Okay, so you stabbed her in the stomach. Is she alive? You said Steven stabbed her first. Is she still alive when you stab her?
She wasn't moving. Oh my God.
All right. Now, J61, can you put back on the left-hand side showing the neck, showing the picture of the veins and arteries in a human neck? Now, Neverly, are you in the medical profession?
Should I be?
Now, you want to make any comments about the arteries and veins in a human neck?
Okay. As you can tell, you don't have to be in the medical profession to conclude something, that your neck is highly vascular. Look at the size of the blue thingies, which represent veins or dirty blood, and the red things, which are arteries or clean blood, right? Look at the size of that. On the bottom, which is closer to the heart, it's almost like as thick as your size of a finger, right? And then it gets smaller as it gets to the head and brain and so forth, and it gets smaller to the capillaries. So, you guys, how do we check a pulse if we see a person on the floor and you want to check, before you call 911? You shake him and then you do. You take your two fingers.
Yep.
And you put it on your neck. Why? Because the blood in the arteries is pulsating. It goes whoosh, 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 because the heart is pumping out the blood to get to the major organs, vital organs, like the brain, like the kidneys, and so forth, right? Lungs. So it's under a lot of pressure.
Huge pressure.
Huge. So there's a common misconception, when some people want to unalive themselves and they do it with some kind of a blade across their wrists, and they say, oh, he or she cut their vein, right? Or veins, slash their veins. No, actually, they slash their arteries, and that's how you bleed out, because it's that humongous pressure, as in blood pressure, right? That squirts it out, and it would be literally like if you opened up a faucet, that's how much blood you would see. And look, not only that you have veins there, you have arteries. Not only that you have arteries, but you have veins. Look how vascular that is. So for somebody to say that she bled internally, it's fucking possible. Unless it was a pinprick that you wouldn't see a blood. But even then you would see some blood because you poke skin with something, with a needle.
Correct.
You give an injection to somebody, you will most likely get like a tiny little drop of blood when you pull the needle out, right? Because a foreign object has entered your...
You've breached the skin.
You breached the skin, exactly.
You've breached the skin, correct.
So, once again, red are arteries under tremendous pressure because the heart is pumping it to the major organs, vital organs, in this case to the brain. And the blue ones, it's dirty blood. It's what comes out to the blood, so it could have pumped out. Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yep. And those major blood vessels are very, very close to your heart, which means that the blood is under high pressure. Now, think about it, right? Think about it. Teresa's meant to be pinned up in a bed. Is your heart rate going to be 50 beats per minute or more like 200 beats per minute?
Yeah.
Full panic mode. Susan.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And that's Krat's narrative now. He's the one that brought up the fact that, he just barely cut her. There wasn't much blood.
Correct. So now a slash across your throat, you don't bleed, but don't worry, I've got more for you. and a stab in the stomach with a knife. And when Brendan showed how much of the knife actually went inside her stomach, it was huge. Now, Neverly, you know, right? The digestive system, the large intestine, the small intestine, the liver, the kidneys, that's a high source of blood. Agree?
Oh my goodness, yes, yes. Highly, highly vascular. Well, you see it in the movies if you haven't seen it in real life, where it's a knife stabbing wound or a gunshot. Okay, so that's more severe. Gunshot wound to the belly. But when somebody punches you in the belly with a knife, even if it's once, unless again they just prick the skin, which Brandon and Jack pointed out that I think in the last episode that we watched or somewhere, it was Brandon's interrogation in high school, and Brandon showed with his fingers, using his fingers, how much a knife went in.
I'm gonna play. Well, I don't know if I captured that part, but definitely around the neck. I've got that, and I've got it queued up.
Around the neck, it was like 1 finger breadth deep, which is, how much is that? Let me get my ruler out and I'll tell you right now. It is deep, but to be more precise.
Right, but you don't expect Brendan Dassey to have a fantastic recall of how much he cut Teresa. That, you know, for God's sake, you run. Did you hear what he said? You pull it back, which tends to indicate that if he did that, he pushed Teresa Horbach's head back to expose the arteries and veins and slashed the throat.
Right? Well, Wiegert and Fassbender are telling him right here that, hey, Brendan, there's going to be a lot of blood if you cut her.
That's correct. That is correct.
Did you have any blood on you, Brendan?
No. And did you notice what he now did? Now, he didn't cut Teresa's throat. He stabbed her now. So he's changed his narrative. He's now changed his narrative because he's going, oh, shit. Yeah, they've got a good point. If you cut someone's throat, you're going to have blood gushing everywhere. I just told the detective I didn't have any blood on me. Oh, maybe I stabbed her instead. Hello?
Right.
Alice.
I mean, you just got to think about it, Doc. Anybody who's got common sense, and I don't care who you are, a researcher, a lawyer, a shop worker, as long as you've got common sense, you know when you cut your finger, say, you know what I mean? You're chopping the vegetables and you cut your finger, you know what I mean? It bleeds like a bugger, you know what I mean? So if your finger can bleed like that, just imagine the main arteries and the main veins in the neck like that.
But Alice, you know the irony of what you just said. The irony is this: Stephen and Brendan allegedly used a knife to stab and to cut Teresa's throat, but she never bled. And yet we are to believe that Stephen, with a small cut, bled extensively and was profusely bleeding in the RAV4. Right? You notice the difference.
Yeah, good point. I didn't even click to that when I was saying it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, good point. But that's what I'm saying, though, Doc. Anybody with common sense, you know what I mean, and anybody who's no bloody gullible can make that conclusion. It doesn't matter. You cut your finger, it bleeds like hell. If you're going to get a slash in the throat, no matter where it is, with the main arteries and the main veins, it's going to fucking bleed and it's going to be everywhere. It's even if it's no the carotid or anything like that you get, there is still going to be blood. There is still going to be blood somewhere, up a wall, on the flare, on some items. You know, and there was
excuse me, Alice, but maybe Stephen was selectively internally bleeding when he was in the RAV and about the RAV, because there's only little drops.
Well, John Wayne made a very important point. Sorry, Susan. He goes, John Wayne goes, more blood came from Stephen's finger than Teresa's neck.
Yeah.
You can't get any more better than that, right? Susan.
We have a pretty exciting guest here in our chat.
Oh, who we got?
Obi-Wan Canine Handler. It's Jeff Young. And Zoe
fantastic.
the dog, I think.
Zoe
or the canine handler. He used to have Zoe. I don't know if he still does, but
wow, that's awesome.
Welcome, Jeff. Yes, it sure is.
Welcome.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Scooby. I know you brought him here.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Thanks,
No, that's fantastic, because we're not canine dog handler professionals or anything like that, and we would love that input, especially when we come to look at episode 8.
Oh my God, yes.
To tell us your wisdom and experience with your dog, and how you operate as a dog handler with your dog. Is the dog, is that a cadaver dog or a scent dog?
I think Zoe was a cadaver dog, I think.
Zoe was a cadaver dog?
Maybe
awesome.
Maybe Scooby can tell us for sure, but I think that's right.
Okay, that'll be absolutely awesome, because I believe that I remember years ago there was talk about getting a private dog handler with their dog to go to Cuss Road, right? With a cadaver dog, and I thought, wow, wouldn't that be interesting, right?
That was Jeff talking about that.
Right,
yep.
With Zoe, the dog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get Jeff on the show next week. But here's the point, right? We have, and Alice hit the nail on the head, common sense. Now, Cam is saying, let's dispel common sense. You can be slashed across your throat, no blood. You bleed internally. You can be slashed in your stomach, which contains so many organs. And did you notice what the gentleman said on Cam? Oh, look, we saw a person got stabbed 32 times. Oh, there was no blood. No,
I can't
no blood.
believe he said that. I cannot. I mean, what was he stabbed with?
I don't know, but the point he's trying to make is, how the hell did a cadaver dog go in there, Brutus, and not hit in Stephen's master bedroom? So these gurus and geniuses said, Teresa bled internally. That's it. That's how Kratz now, that's the narrative on Cam. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Brutus didn't pick anything up because there was no blood. She bled internally. Now, wait a minute. They moved Teresa Hallbach from the trailer to the garage, and she had stab wounds on her and cut marks. Correct me if I'm wrong. That a cadaver dog go right around Stephen's red trailer and also the van. Were there any alerts outside of Stephen's house with a cadaver dog?
I think the only alert that I can recall at the moment, not saying this is totally correct, but when Brutus did the bark, the indicator on the evening of the afternoon of the 5th.
Correct. But they had another dog.
Stephen's bathroom.
On the burn barrels and Stephen's bedroom, a bathroom, sorry. They had another cadaver dog go around the trailer, and it didn't alert, which meant that there were not droplets of blood from carrying Teresa Hallbach to the trailer, to the garage, and carrying Teresa Hallbach from the garage to the burn pit. Right?
Doc,
so
I really think you just don't understand real crime scenes.
Oh, no.
You know.
Oh, no. Susan, that cut deep. Right.
That's what Cam's trying to tell you.
That's correct. So what I'm trying to say is you have to use a little bit of common sense. Brendan Dassey even said that they had cut Teresa's hair. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but can a cadaver dog detect hair? That'll be interesting, whether a cadaver dog can detect hair as well. But certainly Brutus did not alert inside the bedroom, but detected drops of blood in Stephen's bathroom area, which he bled. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Well, I wanted to, a little while ago, just to say something regarding internal bleeding. And somebody in the chat way up there said it, and I think that I even highlighted that comment. Random Pieces said, can't get internal bleeding from cutting from outside, but you can from blows to the body, like a beating or
Correct.
seatbelt
You
in a
get
car
internal
accident.
trauma.
Exactly. Yes. Internal
You
trauma
get
with
internal
like
trauma.
intact skin on the outside, that's internal bleeding. But with a knife going back and forth, inside out, yes, you're going to have bleeding inside and out because you're cutting up organs on the inside or even just
Correct.
skin. And she was skinny. It's not like she had, 50 pounds of belly fat.
No.
She
But
was skinny.
But there's one huge problem. We'll discuss it because we'll look at this. And that is Brendan Dassey never mentioned one important factor that only the killer knew. And that is Teresa Horbach was dismembered. Now, I'm sorry. I know it's brutal, but Neville will back me up with what Durst did to his neighbor. It's a bloody crime scene when you cut a person to pieces. Now, are you trying to tell me that a cadaver dog is going to fail to detect when a person has been dismembered? And where was the person
Dr.
dismembered?
Silkman. But John Wayne in chat also pointed out, he said something like, ask how much blood was there in Idaho 4 when those 4 young students were stabbed to death. And I think that Under Your Scar says that, or rumor has it said there was blood running out of the foundation of the house in the Idaho 4.
Shocking.
Oh.
Yep. Shocking. Jack 61.
Yeah. Before I play this clip, this is the one of Brendan explaining to Uyghur and Fassbender about how far he cut Teresa across the neck. Anyone can go to Google right now, or wherever your search engine is, and type in crime scene. And I promise you, somebody gets shot or stabbed. I'm not saying everyone. I do believe that a large person that's heavy certainly has more room for internal bleeding. But as it's been pointed out, Teresa was fit. She was in shape. She was not a heavy person. I'm just saying you can go.
135. Yeah, that's skinny.
That's
lean.
right. That's right. I'm just saying there's just not a whole lot of room for blood to go internally. I'm not saying that it wouldn't. I'm sure it would. But I also believe if the heart is pumping, as I've read and has been explained to me, I've listened, I've watched, there would be external bleeding. There's just no doubt. And especially on the neck. And you watch and see. I'm going to pause it when I play this clip. How far Brendan says he cut her on her neck. And it's down to the first knuckle.
Okay. Let's go for it.
Okay. All right, here we go. This clip is minute 24. Here we go. I'm going to pause it here when it gets to when he shows.
So she's alive and you cut her throat? Mm-hmm. Did Steve tell you to do that?
Yeah. How did he tell you to do that? What did he say? To go across her throat and pull it back.
Supposedly she was stabbed in the throat. Like Stephen said, where was the blood? There wasn't. There should have been a bloodbath in that room.
That's just logical fallacy number 3 million in this case. Because she didn't bleed, it must not have happened.
People expect a mountain of forensic evidence. Like, oh, he left some DNA on the table, and oh, here's some fingerprints by the windowsill. Doesn't work like that.
We call it absence of evidence does not mean evidence of absence.
And there's your little clip we talked about a minute ago, Doc. I wanted to include that one too. Anyway, here we go.
Which means an incident could have occurred there, but it doesn't mean that it didn't occur because you didn't find any evidence.
With your finger, show me how deep you went into her throat.
But it doesn't mean that it didn't occur because you didn't find any evidence.
Now, I can't zoom that part right there, but you can see he's down to the first knuckle. He's going from the top of his thumb down to the first knuckle. It's at minimum of a half an inch. It could be a little bit more depending on how big your finger is.
Is it his index finger of his left hand?
Yep.
Okay, so that's 1 inch exactly, which is 2.5 centimeters, people. Go get a knife and put it in. No. Don't do this at home, okay? But imagine if you stab somebody through their belly, a skinny person, lean person, or if you pull her head back by the hair and slash it, what would happen? Oh,
I think he meant he pulled the knife back, like pulled it across her throat.
The throat.
That's how I took it. Yeah.
So slashed across the throat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, just ask any guy that shaves about when they're shaving and you cut your neck. I mean, it can bleed for an hour.
And mind you, you've damaged surface capillaries that your blade is not even a few millimeters. You cut someone's throat at the depth of that knuckle, and don't forget, remember, he's guessing, right? If he really did that, that's not a superficial wound.
No.
You're almost going to be decapitated. Sorry, but you are.
Well, I think the point being is, you're going into even if they didn't get to the carotid, which I think is very possible given that depth, he could have. But even if you're not, you're still getting into some of the heavier, as Neverly pointed out, the dirty blood and the clean blood going to your brain and from your brain.
Yeah, Doc Scooby the dog in chat says Zoe is an HRD cadaver. She does cremains, underwater searching, and also bombs. But Jeff Obi-Wan K Handler can expand on that. And she also says that let me find it. Oh, where did it go? Human remains detection is the official term for a cadaver dog because they detect more than just cadavers.
Yes.
She says, at Jack, yes, it was Jeff and Joey that offered to come search. Didn't work out. I can tell you about it later. He has talks on Ericosi and checking conviction.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
No, that's fantastic. Fantastic.
Okay.
She also says that's right, and Teresa would have fought like hell if that story was true.
Yes, you don't see the bizarre thing is that when they were asking Brendan, oh, what was Teresa saying? Oh, please don't do it. Oh, did she have anything over her mouth? As in like duct tape? That's what they were saying. No, she had nothing. So basically, there was nothing preventing Teresa Horbach from biting. You understand? From spitting, from cursing, from yelling. Nothing.
She'd have been struggling like hell as much as if she was actually tied up like this or chained, whatever, to that bed.
Considering the cuffs were sex toys.
Yeah.
Toys.
Novelty cuffs.
Novelty items. And there's one big problem. We've each got 2 arms and 2 legs, which meant where did Brendan and Stephen get the other cuffs and leg irons from?
That's right.
They forgot about that detail.
They did. All right, let's play the rest of let's
go for it.
Yeah, there's not much left. All right, here we go. Listen to Fastbender.
That much. I mean, like this, like that, like that, like that, like that.
So Fastbender's explaining it.
In other words, not very deep. That type of cut probably, depending on where he's cutting, is not going to result in arterial bleeding because the arteries are a little deeper and protected.
Again with the dumb excuses.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the end of that one.
Yep.
So nonchalant and so minimizing everything,
Dumb excuse. Dumb excuse.
Right. But there was a problem, a huge problem to their narrative, right? Now this is what Cam didn't show. Can we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61? You know me, I'm a stickler for detail, right? So the question is, wait a minute. They stab, they cut, no blood, except there's a problem, right? Now, who would like to read out Fassbender? Who would like to read out Fassbender?
But she didn't die yet, Dr. Silkman, after all of that.
Correct.
She did not.
Didn't die. She didn't
told
die.
of that. Don't forget.
Yeah, that's true. But who would like to read Fassbender?
I'll do it, Doc.
Okay. Would you like to do Brendan, Alice?
Yeah, I can do Brendan, Doc. Yeah.
And Susan, would you like to do Uyghur?
Sure, unless Cherie would like to continue.
Cherie, you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Okay. So here's the big problem with their narrative, right? Let's go for it.
Fassbender. What about her hands?
Brendan shakes head. No, I don't remember.
Wiegert, where did you see injuries on her?
Her stomach.
Wiegert, her stomach? What did it look like?
Brendan, like she was stabbed.
Fassbender. I don't necessarily. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know what it looks like when someone's stabbed. Okay, you got to talk to someone that doesn't realize this. Tell us what you saw.
Brendan, like it was all bleeding and that.
Wiegert, show me where and on you that would be.
Brendan, like right here.
Fassbender, how much blood? Was the show me on you the extent of the stain or the blood that you saw?
Brendan, like right here, right there.
Fassbender, that whole area? Brendan's nods yes. Was it pretty wet yet or dry?
Like damp.
Uh-oh.
Big problem. We got a pool of blood here.
We got a pool of blood.
Why would it be dry?
Like what?
It was damp.
Oh.
Right?
Why would Fassbender ask him, is it wet or dry? Dry blood? What?
Really?
The thing that what they were trying to establish was that she was actually cut and bleeding. And according to Brendan, there was blood, which just destroyed their narrative of she didn't bleed, but it gets worse. Have a look. Have a look what happens next.
Fassbender. What was there blood on the bed sheets?
Brendan, yeah.
Fassbender. Was it a lot of blood?
Brendan, but a stain like that big.
Okay. Fassbender. Brendan, when she's on the bed, was there a lot of blood?
Brendan nods yes. Yeah.
Fassbender. Do you recall when the sheets were taken off the bed and stuff that the blood had soaked through to the mattress pad and all? Or mattress?
Brendan, I don't know.
Fassbender. You don't know. Did you see it or not?
Brendan shakes head. No.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Now, remember, he faints at the sight of blood.
Yeah.
But
They already know it wasn't on the mattress.
Correct. Well, Kaczarski was sitting on it for a start, right? But can you see the insanity of that discourse between Fassbender, Uyghur, and Brendan. Yeah. She was cut in the throat, stabbed in the stomach, and we saw blood. There was blood. Now, Fassbender comes on cam and said, no, there was no blood. They just got contradicted. They just got contradicted with what Brendan told them.
But what date is this from? Is this on the 1st?
There are several confessions here that I put together. Now, the purpose of doing that demonstrated that depending on what day you asked Brendan, he gave you a different story, right? He changed his narrative from I cut her throat to no, I now stabbed her. And that's why Fassbender and Uyghur were saying, wait a minute, didn't you say that Stephen stabbed her? So quite clearly, Brendan is talking as though he wasn't there. Do you guys agree?
Absolutely.
His story is completely inconsistent. And these guys are listening to this, going on cam and saying, Teresa Halbach didn't bleed, but forgot to show this. Oh, but Brendan said there was blood on the sheets and there was blood. There was blood everywhere. Now, how come Cam didn't show this, guys? Neverly. Neverly.
Couple of weeks ago, a bunch of us were in chat in Foul Play Discord, right? A bunch of us. And we were talking about the case, of course. And I said, and that Kucharski, I'm sure that there was maybe an expletive thrown in there, was sitting on the bed all concerned, and I'm like, why was he sitting or laying on the bed when that was a crime scene? My point was it was inappropriately handled. The crime scene wasn't inappropriately handled. And he said, well, actually, at that point, when that was all happening, when Kucharski and Lenk and Andy were there, they didn't know that was a crime scene. But now we're coming a full circle because look what Brendan says, that on the 31st, she was chained to that bed and there were blood stains on the sheets and the mattress. So Kucharski would have seen that. And not just Kucharski, but, missing link and air conditioner too.
Correct. And I do believe he was asked a question whether there was anything on the bed like plastic, and he said no.
No.
Right? And he was never asked about a tarp on the bed, right? Clearly, he never mentions a tarp, right? And I think, I have to find it again. I think they even asked him whether there was anything like a plastic sheet on top of the bed, and he said no, right? But he was never asked about, did you guys dismember Teresa Halbach? Fassbender and Uyghur were alluding to it, but he had no idea what they were talking about. Jack 61.
And they knew it. They knew she had been dismembered very early on because they found the cut bones and the hesitation cuts on bones. They knew it.
Correct. But you see, this is where their narrative does not stack up. It doesn't stack up at all, Susan.
Well, like I said, they used the polished interview after they wheedled everything down to exactly what they wanted. That's what Cam is showing.
You mean like cherry picked? Right?
That's
now,
another way of saying it.
Yeah. Now, you see, I don't think in Brendan Dassey's trial, his attorneys went to this level of detail to say, wait a minute, guys, this doesn't make any sense at all. On the one hand, you're saying this. On the one hand, he's saying that. You can't back it up by forensic evidence. And here is the kicker, right? Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide unless there's anybody got any questions, right? This is what should have been said in Brendan's trial, right? Let's have a look at the next slide. So they're saying in Cam that Teresa Halbach, despite knifed, throat cut, stabbed in the stomach, did not bleed, right? Brendan Dassey saying Oh, I saw blood. There was blood on the sheets. You know, right? You don't need much blood for it to soak into your sheets, to soak into your mattress, to spill on the floor, everywhere, right? Now, this is Julie Kramer's report, right? Who would like to read this one out? This is a very, very important section that totally destroys Brendan Dassey's so-called confession. Who would like to read it out?
I can.
Which report?
This is slide A10. Can you see it?
Is that the
Cherie.
one that Canine Brutus starts out with? Okay.
Yep. You want to read that one?
Okay.
Okay, let's go for it.
Canine Brutus was now reassigned to check various specific areas / buildings with investigators. We first moved to the red mobile home, identified as Stephen Avery's. We checked the interior of the residence. Brutus checked the bedroom area with increased interest, but no alert. He alerted in the bathroom / laundry room with his train bark alert, alert number 4. No scent source was visible at the time. No other interest inside the residence. Moving outside, we checked an area with 4 burn barrels. Canine Brutus alerted on 2 of the barrels with extreme animation and excitement. Alert number 5. We then moved east to numerous outbuildings and machine sheds, checking ATVs, diggers, front-end loaders, and trailers, as well as building interiors. Canine Brutus alerted on some car parts in the maintenance building, alert number 6, and on a golf cart parked in a small garage behind the main residence on the property, alert number 7. Canine Brutus then returned to the command post. All GLSAR Canine cleared the scene after completing these assignments.
Right. Has anyone got any comments about that so far? Susan.
Well, I kind of felt like that blood drop in Stephen's bedroom was pretty bathroom, excuse me, was pretty visible. Although they said no scent source was visible at the time. That kind of surprises me, but
Doc?
Yes?
I've got a quick visual from that Great Lakes Search and Rescue report that I got.
Oh.
Let me show that for just a second.
Yeah. But remember, Susan, right? There was a whole group of people in the trailer with the dog. And if they never spent enough time going through in a lot of detail, looking at what Brutus was alerting to, they could have easily have missed that droplet on the ground. But Brutus did detect it.
Did
Susan.
they swab that? They swabbed that afterward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they did.
That was later that night. Okay.
Yes, they did.
But that alert number 4, is that what's it called? Alert number 4, where it says Brutus checked the bedroom area with increased interest, but no alert.
Correct.
With all of the stabbing, slashing throat, R wording, and everything else. Come on.
Well, that's why Fassbender had to come up with a scenario that Teresa Horbach didn't shed any blood. Nor, when she was restrained to the bed, had released any skin cells or anything like that from being restrained. Zero.
How come Candace didn't talk about that so confidently and strongly and convincingly and sarcastically?
Because they would contradict what they're trying to present to the audience.
Yeah, I know. That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is they're telling a narrative that cannot possibly be true.
It's impossible.
What have you got here, Jack 61?
Well, this is a map. I mean, I apologize for the poor quality of the photo, but that's what they included in this PDF file I got. This is alert 4 inside mobile home, which has got an arrow. You can see it. It's a really crappy. It's a terrible photo, but it tells us exactly where it's at, and that's the one where Brutus alerted in the bathroom, barked, bathroom laundry area.
And that's where Deidring. Remember what Deidring said?
Yeah, you didn't hear anything.
I did not.
Sure, you did.
I did not see the alert. Correct.
And then alert number 5 at the burn barrels, which is pointing more towards over here to Barb's residence. Again, you can't see it because it's so shitty, but that's where it's at. It's not towards Stephen's burn barrel, which is in the front left quadrant up here in front of his trailer. So
awesome. And Obi-Wan said that he's got all the dog reports, which would be fantastic. And you know, if Obi-Wan is still in the chat, I would like to ask him, in his opinion, just an opinion, do you think a trained cadaver dog should have detected the presence of blood and other material from such an attack of a person chained up in a bedroom, right? Do you think a cadaver dog potentially have not detected that with a slash to the throat, stabbing in the stomach? Brendan Dassey said he saw blood. Teresa Horbuck apparently was chained up with handcuffs and leg irons in a bed, and Brutus did not alert. Is that possible? Could it be?
I don't know. I just don't know. I think it's interesting also that they kind of hammered on a little bit about, and I think this is in episode 8. I don't want to get too far into that, about Loof making these passes at the outside door of the trailer, the one that's concrete pad. It's the alternate door on the left side of front of Avery's trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they take the dog inside? I don't understand. They had access. I don't understand that.
Oh, correct. But you see, we have a problem, right? My understanding of how a bloodhound works is that a bloodhound detects odorants, and also when you shed your skin, dead skin cells. They're called skin rafts. Now, what is interesting is that Loof went to the red car, the red van, right, where Teresa was. Now, Teresa was obviously standing there, took photographs of the van. Loof went there, which is interesting because it meant that her scent, her odorants, and the skin cells that she may have shed were picked up by Loof, right? Now, if you're saying that dead skin cells which you shed from your body can potentially move as a result of the wind, then the fact that Loof went to the back door, what does that indicate? Does that indicate Teresa was there or her scent was there? Also,
I could see. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. My final point is also Teresa handed him, Stephen, an Auto Trader magazine. If she touched it, is it possible that there are skin cells on that? Because these dogs have got incredible sense of smell. So could there be a non-nefarious reason why Loof went to that door there? Jack 61.
Yeah, that's another thing that we were discussing the other night because we just don't understand totally the science or whatever behind it. And maybe even, experienced dog handlers may not fully understand it, but the question came up as to how long, let's just say somebody's just stopped, like we're talking about Teresa, stopped to take this photo, hands Stephen this booklet, and a receipt in a plastic bag. He takes it inside, and she doesn't actually go there, but Stephen's handled it now. The question is, how long will a scent last? Somebody just, going about doing their job there. And we don't really understand it because now we're talking about from the 31st until the 7th, I think it was, that Sarah Fasky got called in.
7th, yes.
So it's a week.
But
We're 7-8 days out.
From what I've been reading, they try to bring in a scent dog within 72 hours, right? Because potentially, if someone is shedding their cells, their dead skin cells. Now, this is interesting. We'll talk about it next week, of course. You shed dead skin cells while you're alive. Get it? Not when you're dead, when you're alive. These cells that are shed from your skin, they're full of keratin, right? They're keratinized. So you shed, normally you shed these cells from your body when you're alive. Also, on the outside of your skin, you've got hair shafts, and you've got oils, you've got other smells because you may use deodorants, soaps, everything. So to a scent dog, once it smells that particular scent, it locks in their brain. They're like a computer. They lock into that scent. And even if you've got, from what I've read, journal articles, even two identical twins smell different to a scent dog. So hence, they lock in their brain. They've made a digital map of that odor in their brain. And they go, from what I've seen cases, they can go miles and miles and miles to follow that scent, right? That's why episode 8 is going to be a ripper to try and unpack, because I think Loof is giving some vital clues. What they are, I don't know, because I'm not a dog expert, but there's some vital clues. Alice.
Doc, Jeff actually missed your question because he was setting up Discord and stuff. So
yes.
Can you repeat the question that you were asking, because he's back in chat?
The question is, if what Brendan Dassey alleged took place in that bedroom with the cuttings, the stabbing, the multiple you-know-what, and having a woman tied up in a bed with leg irons, shackles, would it be possible for a cadaver dog to miss it? That's what I'm asking. Could Stephen have done such an incredible job of cleaning that a cadaver dog missed it?
Or if she was laying on a tarp, for example.
Yep. Got to consider that.
Well, that was another part of I didn't really grab much of it. I don't think I grabbed any of it because I found it pretty ridiculous. They made such a big deal about the carpet cleaner, and they found nothing.
Correct. Nothing in the bag.
Stephen was talking on the phone, I think, with Jody, and he made the comment that the one he bought, the Bissell, he called it a rug doctor, but to me, it doesn't matter. It's a carpet cleaner. Anyway.
That's like Kleenex, you know?
Exactly. It's like toilet paper. Just grab some. It doesn't matter the brand, whatever. Anyway, he told Jody that his was making noise. He's probably going to have to take it back. And they made kind of a deal about that, about him. He's going to have to take this thing back now, like he's trying to get rid of it. He said it was making noise, and Chuck had already had to take his back because something happened to it.
Correct, but Cam had to. Sorry, Jack, for interrupting. Cam had to present it as though it was a nefarious action.
Right, exactly. That was my point. Thank you, Doc.
Well, Obi-Wan K9 is saying that he's still got the reports from Avery. I have all the dog reports still. Should have the complete file from when I was going to go search the Avery location. And he's also said that he would be happy to come on and have a chat with us. Oh. Well, that would be awesome. Yeah, that would be absolutely awesome if we could arrange that and get that happening.
And there was a question for Jack. Have we gotten any new reports since, a few years ago on dogs?
Well, the one I just showed, I actually requested all the dog reports that they had from MTSO, and that's what he sent me. I don't know if, and I've looked in the library, and I cannot find the original report that we had. And the only thing new, and I got this Thursday, I think. It's I don't know. Let me see here. It's not a very long PDF file. It's 15 pages, and I don't know if we have this one or not. I'm not sure. I couldn't find it in the library, so I asked Duke to compare what I've got to what I've got to what he's got. He hadn't had time yet, so.
Okay, and from Obi-Wan's explanations, that's actually quite frightening, because he said that a cadaver dog can detect 1 drop of blood in a warehouse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not hair, because hair doesn't produce an odor of death. 1 drop of blood in a warehouse. Now, please, maybe I've lost my mind, but if this brutal attack occurred in a small bedroom, there's got to be 1 microliter of blood in that trailer that Stephen would have missed. And they took apart the garage. They took apart his bed. They ripped off the wooden paneling from the walls, and wait for it, they totally removed the carpet from his bedroom and the hallway. Guess what? All negative. Now, please, how on God's green earth can you stab someone in the stomach, slash their throat, have someone chained to a bed, and not leave 1 clue for one of their best cadaver dogs? Alice.
Yeah. Obi-Wan says you can get internal trauma and bleeding from a stab. An ice pick or stabbing items like this do not produce that much blood. Everything else does.
Yes. And the fact that Brendan stated that he pulled the knife back meant that he went across the throat. I'm talking hypothetical here. Went across the throat of Teresa Hallbach. Didn't nick, but went actually right across. Now, I've seen pictures of such knife wounds. Guys, I'm sure you have. They're horrendous. They bleed. They bleed.
Well, there's another thing, too, that we're kind of forgetting. He said that he stabbed her, and he also says Steve stabbed her in the stomach. Okay, when that knife came, there's another thing that this guy talked about. This person got stabbed 30 times, and there was cast-off blood, so they, but the body didn't really bleed that much. Okay, then he talks about this 1 stab wound in the stomach. Pull the knife out. Well, the knife had had blood on it. Did it not drip blood? I don't know.
What is interesting, Jack 61? That's a very good point, because Culhane got all the knives, and guess what? Did she find any blood on any of the knives?
No, none.
Nothing. They're all phenolphthalein negative, right? All presumptive negative. And they asked Brendan. Remember, Fassbender and Wiegand said, "What did you do with the knife?" "Oh, we stuck it in the car. We stuck it underneath the seat." Right? And they went and they looked underneath the seat months later after Brendan with these confessions. Did they find a knife?
Nope.
No.
No.
And you know what? That knife would have had whose blood on it?
It had Teresa's blood all over it.
Teresa's blood. And where did they find Teresa's blood? Only
in the RAV.
In the back of the RAV.
In the RAV in the back.
Yep.
Right?
And Obi-Wan says, Doc, he says, even after cleaning, a good dog will still find it.
Yeah, correct. And again, guys, this is all good anecdotal evidence that Teresa Hallbach was never in Stephen Avery's trailer and her bedroom. And her garage and his garage. It goes to show that Brendan guessed, right? When you look at all this forensic evidence, a dog is not going to lie. A dog doesn't have favor or hatred for somebody. A dog does its job with a trained dog handler. If a dog goes in there and alerts in the bathroom, it means that there's something there. They found it. If a dog doesn't give an alert anywhere else in that trailer, it means that Teresa wasn't there. Now, true, a cadaver dog is not specific for Teresa Halbach, but the cadaver dog never detected the scent of death in there. Susan.
He also did not strain to go at that fire pit. He was right there in the area. If they could detect a drop of blood in a warehouse, he would have smelled those bones in that pit and done everything he could to get over there.
Correct. He was right there. He was unchained. He was
And
with
if it
Julie
was that
Kramer.
easy to get rid of, if it was that easy, clean up the crime scene, a bloody crime scene with a Bissell or even Dyson, right?
Yes.
Then all these murderers would be home free.
Correct. Look, they've
easy to clean it up.
They've gone to crime scenes where there's been an attempt by a cleanup. What they do is they rip up the carpet or they turn the mattress upside down, and guess what they find underneath? Pool of blood. So even though you've got a carpet cleaner, it only goes so far. It doesn't go unless you get a professional team out. You're going to leave some blood, right? And the cadaver dog with their scent smell will pick it up.
That was my
No
point.
matter, even if you run a vacuum cleaner, you're correct, Neverly. 100% correct, right? And my final point is this. They had a cadaver dog called Canine Trace, a separate cadaver dog. I'll read it. Canine Trace checked the exterior of Stephen Avery's residence and red van and driveway without alert. Now, does anyone know where I'm going with this? Where am I going with this?
Behind the garage?
Behind the garage? Yep. But there's something else that's going to get Jack really upset, and that's the blunt and bloody object, right? Now, you know, the evidence shows that Teresa Halbach was attacked behind her own RAV4. There's blood sprayed on the inner side of the door. Now, wait a minute. That meant that Teresa Halbach was bleeding. Are you trying to tell me that now that Stephen Avery cleaned every drop of blood in dirt and grass or wherever he attacked her? Jack 61.
Well, let's just, we can make a lot of hypotheticals about where it happened, but I would just as a matter of point, if he was going to subdue her there at his garage or that area where she was parked, there would have been cast off blood, not only on that door as we see, but on the ground as well. And
correct.
If this other could have been detected after 8 days, why the cadaver dogs were brought there on the afternoon of the 5th, and there was no detection. I don't know, something weird going on there.
Now it's starting to look really crazy. You've got cadaver dogs there on the 5th. They checked the entire salvage yard, right? The investigators noted where they alerted. The cadaver dog alerted inside Stephen Avery's trailer in the bathroom. 3 guys, and a supervisor, Tyson, went in there with swabs. They collected all the blood that they saw, all the dried blood that they saw. I think they took about 5 or 6 swabs from inside Stephen Avery's trailer. Did they find Teresa Halbach's DNA in any of those swabs?
No.
No. Did the cadaver dog give a hit inside Stephen Avery's master bedroom?
Absolutely not.
No.
No. So
said he had some interest, but that could be anybody's blood.
Yep. Because, well, exactly right. But it didn't give a strong alert, not even a bark, which meant, wait a minute, anecdotally, if you look at the swabs, they were all Stephen Avery's. And he said, I bled, which confirmed what he said. The cadaver dog goes through. Hey, wait a minute. Teresa Hallbach didn't magically go from her RAV4 to the bedroom. She must have been moved. The cadaver dog didn't do any hits anywhere else, right? So therefore, how did Teresa Hallbach magically go from outside to the bedroom? And she was attacked viciously and taken back out. And there's no cadaver dog hit. They got a dog to go around his trailer. No alerts, Alice.
Because remember, Doc, he's a magician. And he can get rid of anything. So if he can get rid of blood and every bit of trace of DNA belonging to Teresa out of his bedroom and everything like that, then you're guaranteed he can make Teresa float.
Correct.
You know, because that's it's the only reasonable, sensible conclusion that I can come to. Because if he carried her out of there, the blood would have been dripping all over the floor. He would have got it on the wall. He would have got it on the door. It would have been everywhere where I'm trying to move the body. And people have just got to think of that. It's not like it was a 20-foot by fucking 20-foot mansion that Stephen lived in.
No.
You know what I mean? That he could fucking swing a cat. You know what I mean? I mean, I suppose that's a bad turn of phrase to
That
use.
was a bad choice of words there.
Yeah, I don't mean
but you know what, Alice? She did tell them, knock it off. Maybe they did knock it off.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. He's must have made her float, Doc, for there to be no blood or anything like that. Because remember, he's some magician. He can clean up all that DNA.
Right. So my point is, and sorry, Susan, please go.
I just wanted to tell you, Obi-Wan says, yes, Zoe is nationally certified in cadaver, all forms, tracking, and area live find.
Wow.
She's both.
Amazing.
Yeah.
How fantastic is that?
Yep, there are dogs that do crossover. And
oh boy, do we have some questions for you after episode 8.
Oh God, yeah. Now, guys, do we still continue our podcast? Because we've been going for quite a while. We still continue? People happy to continue? People in chat happy to continue?
I'll go as long as everybody wants to go.
Yep. Are people in, just say yes or no in chat if you want us to continue.
Yeah, we're approaching 4 hours, so it's up to you guys where you want to continue. I did want to make a comment, though.
Yes, yes.
This is something else that Convicting a Murder left out, and it probably wasn't in MAM either. Actually, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. The fact is that who went to Stephen's trailer on 11/4 and walked through? It was Remaker and Link.
Remaker, okay. Correct.
Oh, okay. And he didn't denote any kind of bleach or strong cleaning supply smell inside that garage, and even said, I don't think the guy's involved. That's my gut feeling. He told that to, I think it was Herman he was talking to on the phone. I don't think the guy did it. That's my gut feeling.
Correct.
But Cam tried to make this implication. They showed this bleach bottle and blah, blah, blah. It's bullshit.
Except Jack 61. They had the wrong bleach to remove hemoglobin.
They did. Absolutely.
They had the wrong bleach. Even if they used bleach, you can't get rid of you get rid of the red, but you're not going to get rid of the heme in the hemoglobin, which means that a phenolphthalein test will still detect it, right? You need oxy bleach to get rid of the heme, right? You can destroy the DNA, but normal house bleach and gasoline and paint thinner is not going to remove the heme. It'll still be detected. And Errol didn't find anything, except, of course, they still found Stephen Avery's blood in the garage. Sorry, Susan. Susan, did you have a comment?
Sorry, Doc. I just wanted to
No.
answer Random Pieces asked, didn't Colburn go in on the third evening? But no, Colburn just talked to Stephen on
I
the
think
third.
he just talked to Stephen.
Yeah,
Correct.
he didn't go inside.
Right.
Correct. Now, sorry, Jack61, do you have another little clip to play?
I do. It's going to move on,
Yes.
but it's moving on to the bullet. What's moving on to the bullet?
Oh no! Don't show that. Don't show that one yet.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment about this blood that was allegedly could have been in the bedroom. They ripped the carpet up on March 2nd, and they didn't find jack shit on it or under it. Yeah, I'll get the next slide, Doc.
And remember what Kratz said? Now we know what we're looking for. And that's when they ripped apart Stephen Avery's bedroom. Right now, Stephen wasn't there. He was arrested, right? So he had no chance to go in there and do any modifications or cleaning. They found absolutely nothing, right? Now, this is what they didn't show on cam, right? And this is just unbelievable. So if we have a look at this slide here, right? Jack, would you like to read out Tom Fallon?
Yep.
And Neverly, do you see the slide? Just see if Neverly's still. Do you see the slide? Yeah. Can you read out Brendan Dassey, which is the answer?
Sure.
Now, this is what Tom Fallon asked Brendan Dassey. Let's go for it.
Question. What book had that story in it, Mr. Dassey?
I don't know.
What book that you read ever had the story of a woman chained to a bed, raped by two, stabbed, and then her body thrown on a fire? What book was that, sir?
I believe it was called Kiss the Girls.
All right. Who wrote the book?
I don't remember his name.
Now, I spoke with Barb. Didn't tell her what it was about, the implications, and she spoke with Brendan. Brendan said that he saw the film before he was questioned by Fassbender and Wiegert. Now think about this. We proved that Kiss the Girls was being shown in Wisconsin at that time Teresa went to see Stephen. So it was being shown on cable TV. Furthermore, we showed that in Brendan's school library, they had the film and the book. Brendan said, I watched the film, I then read the book, because apparently Brendan reads a lot of books. Now, I did a presentation with Bron about Kiss the Girls. We'd never seen it before. And we thought, Brendan's got to be lying. He's got to make this up, right? There's no way that what he's telling Fassbender and Wiegert could have come from a film. Come on, no way. Have a look at this. This is only part. What do you see in that? Can someone please describe what they see in that bed, on the bed, and have a look at the picture that he drew? Who would like to give us analysis? What do you see? Alice?
Well, it's a woman tied to a bed.
Yep. What's her head on? What's her head on?
It's on a pillow.
Have a look at what Brendan drew and what he labelled it as. P for pillow.
Yeah.
Now, don't you think that both Brendan and Stephen were so accommodating that they even gave Teresa Horbach some pillows?
Yeah.
And what do you notice the woman in the bed is tied up with?
Rope.
Rope. And tied up to the bedhead and her legs. There are other pictures. Her legs are tied up. That is exactly what Brendan Dassey drew. Now, let me tell you this. Brendan told Fassbender and Uyghur that she was tied up using leg irons and cuffs. Does anyone remember what he then changed it to?
Rope.
Rope. Rope. So he changed his narrative, right?
Yeah.
He changed it from cuffs and leg irons to now rope. It's exactly what that woman in that bed is tied up with, rope, right?
Yeah.
So the other problem that the investigators had was that Brendan got the entire bedroom back to front. All the furniture was in the wrong spot, Alice.
Yeah, definitely. It's completely back to front. And what they're trying to say is that, yeah, well, Stephen changed it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we'll do that in a sec. But look at the picture down below. What did Brendan Dassey say he did to Teresa?
Put the knife against her throat and pulled it back.
And he even drew the knife, and I showed that there's a scene in Kiss the Girls that's got exactly that knife.
Yeah.
Same style of knife. So Brendan Dassey, and there's more, don't worry, there's more. Brendan Dassey drew 2 images directly from the film. Would you guys agree, or am I stretching it too far?
No, agree, Doc. That's exactly what he's done. I mean, even just looking at that bottom picture, the way he's holding the knife and everything, you can clearly see it's that shape of knife. You know what I mean? It's got the handle on it, and it's got the bendy blade going into the point. You know, it's what he's seen in the video. And you've got to remember, Fassbender and that are like, remember the video, Brendan. Remember the video. You know?
Correct.
He's remembering the video that he's seen of a woman being tied to a bed and a woman getting her throat slit and her hair cut and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So he's remembering the video.
Play it in your head.
Play it in your head.
Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And what is scary is that in the film, and only in the film, is there depiction of hair cut off from a victim. Only in the film. And Brendan said, I cut off her hair, which is another element directly from Kiss the Girls. And remember, he told that to Tom Fallon in court. Susan.
I'll guarantee you Fallon didn't expect that answer.
No, he did not. No, he did not. So, in essence, Brendan Dassey gave a narrative, the video in his head, from Kiss the Girls. Everything, including fire. The whole lot came from the film Kiss the Girls. And Brendan told his mum, yeah, I saw the film before I spoke with Fassbender and Uyghur, and it was being shown at Fox Hills, and it was being shown at that time in Wisconsin. We actually found the booklet with the times, the TV guide. There you go.
This is unbelievable when you think about it. Unbelievable that the boy retold the movie.
Correct.
He did.
Correct. And what does his brother, I know.
Invented the whole thing.
Yeah, and what was Bobby Dassey's favorite film at the time as well? Does anyone remember?
Saw. Chainsaw or something?
Saw. So, and there are victims there chained up with handcuffs. So amazing. He's recollecting what he saw in the film. Now, if you think that's bad, Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? This one's going to blow you away. So, quite clearly, he's not recalling what he did to Teresa Halbach. He's recalling scenes from a film. But the next one, this is sad. And I'll tell you why it's sad. because Fassbender and Uyghur knew that Brendan was as innocent as a lamb. He had no idea, right? Who would like to read Fassbender's part? Who would like to read that part out?
I can read it if no one
Susan,
wants.
would you like to read out Fassbender?
Well,
Sure, Doc.
Awesome. And I could read out Uyghur. Let's go. And Brent, and who would like to say yes for Brendan? Alice, would you like to say it? Oh, wait a sec.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So who? Yeah. Who's doing Uyghur?
You are, aren't you?
I am. Okay. Let's go for it, guys.
Okay, Fassbender. So all the body parts were pretty much connected then when you saw the toes, which means they were probably connected to the feet yet, correct? Which means the foot is connected to both the legs. So I'm just going to ask this question. You're saying that you've seen body part. You're seeing a body? Is that accurate? You saw her body in there?
Would you say yes or no for me, Brendan?
Yes.
Now, notice he saw a body and he drew the picture. Guys, what can you tell me about the picture he drew of the burn pit with a body there? What can you immediately see?
It's the whole body, not parts.
It's the entire body. Jack 61.
Yeah, I think it was Case 10 or Andy said this is, or maybe even Duke, I don't know, this is the only in situ photo of the burn pit that we have.
The only in situ picture of the burn pit, you're correct.
I'm being facetious, I'm sorry.
Drawn by Brendan Dassey. But guys, quite clearly, Fassbender knew something had happened to Teresa Halbach. There's absolutely no question about it. Brendan's, yeah, I saw the whole body. And they even asked him, how did you carry Teresa Halbach to the fire? I grabbed her legs. Stephen grabbed her by the shoulders. And they put her in there. Oh, but there's one problem, right? We've got Dr. Eisenberg's report, right? Alice, do you see Dr. Eisenberg's report on the left-hand side? Jack 61 will just move the slide. We've got Eisenberg's report, which Fassbender had read. Do you see it, Alice?
Yes, I do.
Okay, have a read what Eisenberg wrote.
This forensic anthropological examination and laboratory analysis has identified the burns and extremely fragmented human remains as those of an adult female less than 30 to 35 years of age. It is not possible to estimate stature or determine ancestry given the bone fragmentation and destruction due to the burning episode. A deliberate attempt was made to obscure the identity of the victim, as well as the cause and manner of death through burning. Evidence of 2 high-velocity gunshot wounds to the head has been documented. There are cuts to the minimum of 2 areas of pelvic bone that may be of human origin. Additionally, as possible human calcined long bone fragment, tag number 7964, with hesitation cut marks and a saw cuff mark, has been recognised, as have other undiagnosed cut bone fragments that may be of human origin. This young adult female should be considered a victim of homicidal violence with possible evidence for post-mortem processing of portions of the body to facilitate disposal.
Okay, there's a huge problem. What's the problem, guys? What happened to Teresa Halbach? Regrettably, What happened to her?
She was dismembered. It's clear.
She was cut to pieces.
She was.
She was dismembered. There's no doubt about it. And now, if you look at episode 8 of Cam, they're now even admitting that the pelvic bone fragment, unless I hallucinated, is human. Did you pick that up, guys? They're saying that they found other human bones elsewhere.
Yeah, the ones that 8675 in the quarry. They said now they're
Yep,
go ahead, Doc.
8675 is the pelvic bone. Susan.
Doesn't Eisenberg's later report say they're human?
Suspect possible human. But they're now admitting, they've even said it on cam, yep, it's human.
But
right?
they didn't.
But during the court, they didn't want to say it.
Exactly what Doc said. She didn't want to admit that during trial because they did not want anybody's focus, the jury's focus, on that quarry.
Correct. 100% correct. Now, Fassbender, he was no dummy. He goes, oh, shit. Brendan just said something that can't be true. We got Eisenberg's report. This poor woman, poor Teresa Hobart, got cut to pieces. So look what Fassbender asks to Brendan Dassey, right? It's on the bottom right-hand corner. Who would like to read out Fassbender? Who would like to do it?
I can
Alice.
do it, Doc.
Okay, and I'll read out Brendan Dassey's. Now, think Fassbender has got Eisenberg's report. He knows dismemberment took place. Look what Fassbender says. This wasn't shown in cam. Let's go for it.
Brendan, I just got a question, and I think Mark's going to have some too. We didn't ask this before. Did he say anything about cutting her up or anything like that? Or did he put her body in there whole?
He didn't say nothing.
Brendan, us earlier that what you saw was the whole body, right? Okay. Could you indicate that the body appeared to be whole, or however you want to put it in your words, and where it was located? You had said under certain items.
Now, you see what he said? Could you indicate that the body appeared to be whole? And what did he draw in the drawing?
The whole body.
The whole body.
and these dickheads knew that she'd been dismembered. They'd known for months. He knew it.
Yep. 100%. And look, Jack 61, if you don't mind, I'd like to do just one more slide because my blood sugar levels are low and I'm a diabetic. I don't think I could do another hour or 2 hours because we're going to talk about item FL. That's interesting in itself.
It is.
Is everybody happy if we continue this another time?
Oh, absolutely.
Is that okay? Because we've actually done a lot. We've covered a lot. Susan?
Absolutely, Doc.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind when we do part 2. I don't want to rush it because we want to do it thoroughly.
Well, Doc, I was going to say, and I'm just offering, there's generally not, I mean, we could do it Wednesday. This week we can do an extra. I mean, it's entirely up to you all what the group wants to do. I'm fine with it, but it's something to think about. Just throwing the offer out.
Okay, we can find a suitable time. But if you look at this picture, what do you notice is present in this? This was called a human bone. Human. This bone, guess where they found it? Anyone want to have a guess?
In the fire
Susan.
pit, supposedly.
Not the fire pit, not the burn pit.
Dassey burn barrel number 2.
Yonder burn barrel number 2.
Yeah.
This
with an obvious
bone,
curve mark. Yeah.
You can see someone attempted to cut that bone. There are cut marks. You can see the actual tooth that's missing in that bone, someone sawed into it and then stopped. That's called a hesitation cut mark. Means that they were cutting into it. Look how many times they attempted to cut that bone and then stopped. So quite clearly, poor Teresa was cut to pieces. And this was detected by a cadaver dog, Brutus, in Yonder Burn Barrel number 2. Not in the burn pit, but in Yonder Burn Barrel number 2. So they knew, Fassbender and Wiegert knew that Teresa Horbach had suffered dismemberment. How in the hell can you put in a human being whole in a burn pit and end up with hesitation cut marks? And they're trying to say that it was Stephen who used implements, garden tools, and caused those marks in bones. And wait for it. Was Stephen found guilty of mutilation of a corpse?
Nope.
Was Brendan Dassey found guilty of mutilation of a corpse?
He was.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
How does that work? How does that work? He's saying he did it, put her body in whole, and she's clearly been dismembered.
These guys have got no idea. Now, Cam did not show any of this, right? And that's why, guys, be careful when you watch Cam, because there's a counter argument to everything that they've put forward. And I think we have clearly, totally destroyed Brendan Dassey's recollections, right? But it gets worse. We've got other stuff that we can do. But guys, if you don't mind, if we can stop the podcast here and maybe sometime during the week, we can continue part 2.
Works for me, Doc. I'm getting pretty hungry. I know Susan probably is too.
Yeah, and I'm just about to pass out. So look, guys, if you've enjoyed the podcast, please subscribe if you're new. Please put the thumbs up button if you've enjoyed the podcast. But look, guys, clearly we have spent considerable time with documentation, with proof, with minimal speculation that what Brendan said could not have possibly occurred in Stephen Avery's bedroom, trailer, and we haven't even hit the garage yet, right? So I believe that we are being very, very fair in our rebuttal to Cam. All right. Well, look, guys, that's the end of the podcast. But what I'd like to do is to quickly go around the table. Tell us how you're coming along. Alice, what about yourself?
Yeah, Doc, excuse me, coming along great. Trying to spend as much time with the new grandbaby.
Congratulations, of course.
Yes, which is fantastic. He's absolutely adorable. And he smiled at me, and I'm not going to take anybody say, I know it's just one. He smiled at me a week old, and he smiled at me, so I'm taking it.
Well done.
But just enjoying the moments with him at the moment. So yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks, Doc, and thanks to everyone in chat who's joined us.
Who's a lot of people.
Yeah, there was a fantastic, Doc. There was a lot of people in chat, a lot of people asking questions, which is what we're here for, what we like. So please keep commenting and keep sharing. Keep spreading the word, and thank you to all the new subscribers that we've had over the last few weeks. It's been fantastic.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you so much. And next we have, I don't recall. What about yourself? Did you enjoy the podcast?
I did. Yes, I enjoyed knocking down everything that Cam said, and I'm looking forward to doing it some more in the future.
It's going to get worse. Trust me. Thank you so much. I don't recall. And next we have Susan. Susan, what about yourself?
Well, don't tell Jack, but I went ahead and started dinner because I couldn't wait. But everything's great here. I'm really looking forward to talking to Jeff about
Right.
episode 8. Yeah, that
Correct.
should be
Correct.
really, really good
And,
because
and
he's an expert.
that's it.
His dog does both. He's also has law enforcement and military background. So, what better? That's just awesome. And thank you again, Scooby.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And,
Great podcast, Doc.
thank you. And that's the point we're trying to make here, right? We're not going to comment on stuff that we don't know. And how incredible that with Scooby and Obi-Wan, hopefully they'll come on and explain how the cadaver dog works, how a scent dog works. And that's fantastic. It means that people...
That's how you investigate a case. That's how you
Correct.
dig in. You talk to experts. That's a big part of it. And boy, we've got one. That's awesome.
That is incredible. Thank you so much there, Susan. And next we have Jack 61. How are you coming along, good sir?
Doing good, and this has been it's been good. I think that we've been as fair as we can be in trying to help people understand what's being presented, and do your own research. Don't believe me. Don't believe anyone here. Don't believe what's on cam or making a murder. The information's out there. Go do your own research. Write your own open records request if there's something that we've missed, haven't gotten yet or whatever, and try to get it. Try to understand better what really happened in this case. That's where we're at. That's what we're doing. We don't want to find anything that is wrong or misleading. And if we do, and are alerted to it, we will correct it immediately. Our goal is the truth. Just like we've been talking about with Jeff and his experience with Zoe and Scooby. This is fantastic, and I'm hyped up for that, absolutely. And we'll work it out. We'll try to work that out when we can get them on and get it presented.
I was going to say, Jack 61, episode 8 is going to take a long time to unpack.
Yeah, it is.
A long time. But with Jeff, if we can get Obi-Wan on, he can run through the tracks with us and say, okay, this is what it means, or potentially what it means. The answers are there. The answers to the murder are on the RAV4 and the dogs. The answers are there.
Yeah, I really want to know if what Sarah Foskey said in Cam is even possible.
Yeah, that went out pretty far beyond my understanding. But again, I'm like you, Doc, and everyone else. I don't know. I don't have that experience.
Possible.
Maybe it is. I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe it is.
That'd be a great, I think, examination for Jeff to be able to run through that and help us to understand what's really possible and what really happens. For tomorrow, open mic, we're going to continue on with the radio transmissions. We're going to pick up right where we left off and continue on and run through that series. So hopefully everybody can join us at 5 p.m. Central.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And thank you so much, Jack 61. And Neverly, are you there?
Sure am.
And how are you coming?
I'm doing great. I am enjoying my sunshine. My son, who is in town for 2 weeks, he's a U.S. Marine, and he came home for a vacation. So my motherly heart is full.
Awesome.
And I'm sure that you moms and dads can appreciate that happiness. Other than that, not that I'm addicted or anything, but I'm kind of spending a lot of time on cam, foul play, and all of that. And guess what, you guys? I have a special friend in chat named Sela442. He happens to be from my neck of the woods, and I'm not talking about Beverly Hills in sunny California. I'm talking about Serbia. Yes. And guess what else?
He's your
appears
cousin.
in Cam 2. No, maybe. Wait, we're all related. He appears in Cam 2 in the opening credits. So he's
Wow.
the tall guy at the rally with a bull's hat on. So we're going to be looking out for you.
Fantastic.
Aha, cool.
Yeah.
You have
He
to
goes,
point yourself out.
Yeah. He goes, I got to
Who's that?
episode 7 before I noticed.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's
Okay, we'll be
in the
looking.
opening scene. He's in the
Yeah.
opening scene.
Tall guy
Okay.
with a baseball hat that says Bulls, like Chicago
Okay.
Bulls.
We'll find it. We'll
Yeah.
find it.
We'll
Awesome.
be creeping. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
everybody. Seriously, with all your questions, and not just questions, answers too. You totally motivate us to dig
Correct.
further. And now that we're constantly expanding all the time. We have like so many new subscribers. And as Susan said, I'm super excited about Jeff with Zoe,
Yeah.
the HDR dog. So we will be asking our hearts out all these questions. So be ready, Jeff.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, look, guys, thank you so much, guys. If you've enjoyed our podcast, please subscribe, hit the thumbs up button, and share. And you never know, I might catch you on X. I'm not that I'm addicted or anything like that, but so far I found the X community very, very deeply interested in finding facts about the case. It's very interesting, and Jack61 may make a comment. A lot of so-called guilters are very surprised by the attitude that we take, in that we actually say we want the truth, good, bad, or otherwise. But one thing I'm 100% sure, Brendan Dassey is innocent. 100%. Stephen, we're looking at the forensic evidence. I'm not swayed at the moment, but Brendan Dassey, that child back then, is 100% innocent, and he still is. Jack61, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, I would agree with that completely. I felt that when I watched Man, he got screwed with his pants on. And obviously we didn't know anything.
No.
But by God, it got so much worse. It didn't get better. It got so much worse once we got the documentation. Oh my God.
Correct. All right, guys. Thank you so much. And we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys.
Thanks, everyone. And I'm going to say this has been a Foul Play production.